We haven't done a Pop Girly news stream in 3 weeks, so we have a lot to get through. Luckily, I'm not sick anymore, though I do still have a slight cough, but I think that's more of like, ever since I got COVID the second time, I've just been a little bit quicker to cough. I don't know if that's just like, maybe I have long COVID, I don't know. But it kind of sucks, but I guess it's fine, you know? It's just a small thing. I probably will be able to hold back throughout this stream. But if I cough a little bit, that's why. And I'm fine. But, you know, just a little bit of a tickle in my throat. That's always kind of there, just like that. But anyway, we have a lot to get through because it has been 3 weeks since we've talked about the girls. Unfortunately, we do have to start by talking about sports. There is, I don't know if you've realized this, but there is a Knicks game today, I guess. So I don't really understand. I understand how to play basketball more than I understand, like, the rules of football. I don't understand what's happening on a football field really at all. And it's all kind of confusing, like, what's a first down? I don't know. But basketball, I understand a little bit more of, like, the actual gameplay. I don't really understand the schedule of basketball, so I understand that the Knicks are in the finals, but it's game 3 of the finals, and there are 4 games, and I don't know what that means. I think it's like, I don't know. I don't know what it means. I guess if they win today, they go to game 4, or if they don't win today, do they still go to game 4? I don't know, but it's important, and I guess the Knicks have not gotten this far maybe in a while. I'm not sure, but I know it's a big deal. I know people are really excited about it. There's some sort of big sports game happening today in New York City at Madison Square Garden. I think that's maybe part of the thing too, is that it's at Madison Square Garden. So like people were extra excited that it's like a home game, I suppose, for the Knicks. I don't totally understand, but I'm trying to understand. But what I do understand is that Donald Trump is apparently at the Knicks game today, and it's causing a lot of problems. He's at Madison Square Garden. So this was something that the New York Knicks put out 2 days ago. It says, as we move closer to Game 3 of the NBA Finals on Monday night, Madison Square Garden and the United States Secret Service want to help ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all ticket holders by sharing important security procedures that will be in place. A strict no-bag policy will be in effect, and fans should make every effort to limit personal items to an absolute minimum. Fans should expect enhanced security measures when entering Madison Square Garden, including TSA-style screening procedures. Guests are strongly encouraged to arrive at least 2 hours before tip-off to allow additional time for screening and entry. Fans are encouraged to review the complete list of prohibited items before arriving at, and then that's the Secret Service website. And there will be no storage available for prohibited items brought to the venue. So, like, security is insane at Madison Square Garden today because Donald Trump will be there. He was invited. He got like he didn't even pay for a ticket. He got in for free because he's the guest of the owner of Madison Square Garden. And apparently, I didn't realize this, but these are like the ticket prices to go see the Knicks. I don't know how, I think this is abnormal for a basketball game. I don't think that they all cost this much. I mean, I remember my dad used to take me to, like, Detroit Pistons games when I was a kid, and I definitely don't think we were paying this amount for sure. So maybe this is a Knicks thing, maybe it's a Madison Square Garden thing, maybe it's specifically, like, this Knicks game is extra expensive, but this is fucking ridiculous. I mean, we complain about having to pay an absurd amount to go see our girls live, but I mean, I guess it's better than what they're paying, and I'm still gonna complain about the amount that I have to pay to go see a concert, but This is what people are paying to see a basketball game that is going to air on television? Like live? I don't know. Yeah, or the finals thing. Yeah, it could be that. It could be because they're in the finals. But then I don't know, because this is, I understand that this is game 3 and there's a game 4 as well. So is game 4 going to be worse? I don't know. But apparently not Nicki Minaj. I'm so sorry. My apologies to Cardi B. Cardi B will be performing at like the halftime thing. Do they normally do halftime things at maybe just for the finals? I don't know. I don't understand. But Cardi B will be there performing in front of the fucking president. Why does he get everything? Ugh. And then it's so, just because I was in disbelief at first when I saw that little, like, I don't know, it's not an infographic, but like the seating map for Madison Square Garden. I was like, that can't be true. That can't be how much they're charging. But then this is one of the, I believe, players here. Yeah, he is. He's a player of the New York Knicks talking about the prices. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's real. Even the fucking players are talking about it.
I kind of wish the ticket prices weren't as crazy as they are. I feel like a lot of people who are been waiting for this moment for a very long time, unfortunately aren't able to get into the building with the cheapest ticket, $7,000-8,000. So that's ridiculous. But it should still be rocking. But obviously, we wish those were a little cheaper.
$7,000 to $8,000, and that motherfucker got in for free. So this is the fucking waiting line for the employees to get into Madison Square Garden today. It was an hour wait for employees to go to work. They better be getting paid for the amount of time that they're in there. They better not, it better not be a thing where like they clock in once they get into the building. They need to be getting paid for that entire time outside of the building waiting to get inside. That's fucking crazy. And then it gets even worse because not only has Trump made the security at the actual game a living nightmare, you apparently can't walk in the heart of Midtown Manhattan at all. Starting at 4 p.m. today, you can't walk in the heart of Manhattan. And it's a lot. I looked, they've got a map of how far you're not able to walk. This is all blocked off, apparently. This is like, it's like 10 blocks. There's Madison Square Garden and all this down here. What the hell? And all of these, like, there's businesses and stuff here. There's, like, restaurants. There's, like, can you imagine all the, like, restaurants and bars and shit that thought that they were going to be, like, poppin' for tonight's game? Like, everyone's going to be down at Madison Square Garden, whether they're seeing the game or whether they're doing watch parties outside, which those are now all shut down. Now there's no watch parties outside, which extra sucks, because, like, that's part of the thing of games being in your hometown is like you can go and kind of watch them outside the stadium. People will put on little watch parties and it's a celebration. It's a community thing. Whole bunch of people couldn't even get into the game because it costs thousands of dollars to get a ticket, and now they can't even participate in the watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden because it's all fucking shut off. They've got walls blocking everything off.
Hours from tip-off, and we are at the most insane security operation I have ever seen. Let's take a lap around it. First thing, all of MSG is in a cage right now. It extends about maybe 60 feet beyond. What's up, man? How are you doing? Can I help you? No? Okay, that's fine. Anyways, eyeballing it, this extends about 60 feet off the arena, and there's additional spaces blocked off beyond that too. All the way out beyond the Penn Station entrance, there is guardrails everywhere. But let's keep walking down this way. We already have Secret Service in the building. I've seen about 3 or 4 of them today. I don't even know if I can post that. And if you want to try to get inside, this is the notice up around it. You can pause to read. Of course, since this is so crazy, I'm nowhere near the only person documenting this. There is huge cameras everywhere around me. But what makes the security dynamic really interesting is beyond the finals, beyond Trump being here, this is still a major public transit hub right on top of MSG. If you didn't know any better, you would think people are coming and going into the arena right now, but this is the end.
Yeah, I'm really confused too, because like Pennsylvania Station is right there. So can people still get into that?
Entrance into Penn Station. So between managing that crowd, managing the Knicks crowd, and managing protecting the President of the United States, is a lot to juggle. Surprisingly, a whole side of MSG has no entrances or exits, so there's not that much security presence down this way. And then down this way, outside of one more of those signs and a power washer, it doesn't look that much different than a regular NBA Finals game. Looking around, if I had to guess, there's probably only gonna be one way in and out of this place, which is why they're telling people to show up over 2 hours early. At least for now, security and police is really only covering like 25% of the building. Actually, we might be able to check out what's going on up this way too. Here's a line all ready for merch right here, and then down this way, that's probably as close to the arena as we're gonna get all day. That's kind of it though. It's really just one big focus on that little area. But I'm here all day, so we'll see if things change.
Okay, sir, thank you. But I guess, because I just opened up Twitter right before getting on stream, and apparently they're towing a whole bunch of fucking cars if you parked outside of Madison Square Garden, which I don't know. I'm assuming they put up notices before, but like, I don't know how many people parked there having no idea that they couldn't do that right now. Like, what a fucking nightmare. And for what? Like, why does the president of the United States need to see the Knicks game? I don't know if you can hear that car going by, but why does the president need to see the Knicks game in person? He was so busy, allegedly, that he couldn't go to his own son's wedding, but he can go to a Knicks game in the middle of Manhattan? He couldn't just watch it at home? Why? But people are pissed, including Stephen A. Smith, who is a bit of like a centrist on most things. Like, he has criticized Donald Trump before, but like he tries to stay like neutral or whatever, but he's pissed about this.
This president has no business showing up in New York City. I am dead serious. It is selfish. It is narcissistic. It is ridiculous that he is coming to this game. I would say the same thing if it were Obama, George W., Clinton. I don't give a damn. We went back to Reagan. This is not a football stadium in some space in Texas where you got a whole bunch of outlays and all of this. This is the Garden. This is Midtown Manhattan. You have any idea what the congestion is going to be like in New York City here? I get off my radio show at 3 o'clock. I've been instructed that I got to go straight to the Garden for an 8:30 game because that's how bad traffic is going to be. And by the way, we talk about this, and I was on some conservative talk show this morning. I think the guy Sid Rosenberg, I went off on him too, because I mean it's got to the point where if this president passed gas, people gonna call it perfume. It's ridiculous. Certain things you just wrong about. You're the president of the United States. That means whenever you show up, it's nothing but congestion. It's Secret Service, it's local PD, it's security is compromised, and all of this other stuff. You don't do that in New York City. New York City is congested as it is. You got watch parties out here. You already priced the fans out because of the exorbitant amount of prices the tickets are going to cost. You know about that, Jay. All right, so you got these bunch of kids that are out there with a watch party. Everybody is hyped. Everybody is excited. You got watch parties all over the city. All over the city, from Central Park and everywhere in between. We got avenues shut off. We got streets shut off because the president is coming up. What happened to Mar-a-Lago? What happened to the White House? What happened to Westminster, whatever the hell it is in New Jersey? What happened to that? You got plenty of places to go. You're the president of the United States.
Correct. And then he also later, he said that he will blame Trump and the GOP as a whole if the Knicks lose tonight.
Anything that disrupts it, if it causes the New York Knicks to lose tonight, I'm blaming him. I'm blaming the president of the United States. I'm going to stay on that. I'm going to stay on that. And damn it, I hope the GOP lose votes because of it if we lose tonight. I'm going to be against them. All of them. All of them. I'm telling you that right now. We better not lose tonight's game. We better not lose tonight's game. You understand what I'm saying? I've been fair-minded, down the middle, as an independent for a long time. Hell hath no fury like Stephen A. scorned if the New York Knicks lose tonight. I'm going to be in their ass like back pockets, like white on rice. I'm telling you that right now. We better not lose tonight's game. We were riding. We were flowing. And this man going to sit up there and show up to the Garden tonight. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You got people got to show up 4 or 5 hours before the damn game.
That's what he's mad about.
No. I'm mad about the watch parties.
You may have to take the subway.
Right?
No.
In this suit.
That's not.
You and Tom Ford might be on the subway.
I'm a man of the people.
By the way, Bill Clinton went to see Michael Jordan multiple times in person in Washington.
Right. I'm saying. Hold on, whoa. First of all, that's Washington. That's Washington. Is right down the road. Number two. Don't bring up Bill Clinton coming to see the Wizards because we know the Wizards ain't sniffed the finals.
I didn't say he went to see the Wizards. I said he went to see Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. Okay. Well, I'm just saying they ain't sniffed the finals.
I'm teasing.
All right.
Come on.
Just for what purpose? Just so you can not do your job? Just so you can take like a little break being the fucking president? You couldn't even go to your own son's wedding. Oh my god. Oh my god. But, as this person says, if it happens at a Knicks game, it will be the greatest moment in basketball and American history. Like, oh, can you imagine? And that's why, and also Cardi will be there, so like, the game starts at 8:30. We're not gonna like watch it or anything, but if anyone in the chat is paying attention to the game, if anything big happens, let me know. Because, you know, the President of the United States is at a Knicks game right now. And who's to say? Maybe they'll do another fucking attempt. Be a prime venue for it. For you to fake your own fucking assassination attempt again. Again, maybe, possibly, allegedly. Now, Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Mayor, is hosting a watch party. As he says, the Knicks are home and our city is ready to show out. We're hosting a free watch party for 5,000 New Yorkers tonight in Bryant Park. You can register at the link below. I'm assuming anyone who that was relevant for has already registered, because 5,000 isn't that many, but it's something. So that's nice. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And then they're also announcing that there's going to be a 50,000 fan watch party for the FIFA World Cup finale at Central Park. So that's nice. Fucking Trump ruining everything. Like, everyone was going to have such a good time. I can't even, can you just imagine, like, the bars and restaurants in that area that now have to, like, be closed for the night because they've closed off blocks of Manhattan. All the business those people thought they were gonna get. In other New York news, apparently there were some dolphins at the Verrazano, however you say that. Underneath the Verrazano. There they are. Just dolphins. Outside of New York City. It's like that meme. It's like, you know, the like Lisa Frank looking photo of the dolphins, and it's like, you know, the world if blank. This is New York City if Zoran Mamdani was the mayor. There's just dolphins having the time of their lives. Everyone coming to NYC for Game 3, apparently, yeah. And there was also, yesterday there was a 6-7 party.
4, 3, 2, 1, 6, 7!
New York City's just like, they're just having a party that we're all watching. Good for them. Good for them. In New York City news, though, and bringing this back to our pop girlies, Ms. Jennifer Lopez had quite the take on subway takes. Oops, shit, that was loud, sorry. This was like a few days ago, or maybe yesterday, I don't know, but here's what she has to say.
So what's your take?
You have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker. Yes!
Okay,
Yeah, I know everybody
agree.
wants to claim the city.
No, I know.
Everybody wants to claim our city, but you have to be born in New York. You have to be born in one of the 5 boroughs to be a New Yorker.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
When I moved here in 2012,
Yes.
everyone was like, in 10 years, you can call yourself a New Yorker.
Oh, is that what they said?
Yeah, and then I stayed 10 years.
Said
and
no
guess
New
what
Yorker ever.
happened? No, the New Yorkers used to have this as a rule.
That was a rule?
Yes, you didn't know about this?
No. I didn't get the memo. I did not sign the petition.
And you're the official big dog in this. I'm serious. Here's my question.
Okay.
Let's say I've been here for 50 years. I'm 90 years old. And you go, are you a New Yorker? And I go, no.
I have to say no. You live in New York. You take on characteristics of New Yorkers, probably by that time. You have a New York sensibility.
I pay New York taxes,
You pay, yeah, you pay New York taxes.
but I can't call it.
When you're born in New York is when you're really a New Yorker.
So if I've been here for 50 years.
What did I just say? Do I need to say it? See, this is very New York right here. I said what I said, and I meant it. I'm glad this was my first take. Jenny from the block
Defending
forever, baby.
Okay, what's the next take?
Self-love should be a subject in school from kindergarten all the way through college.
I don't even know what the fuck that means, but yeah, I don't know. I understand. I mean, I'm not a New Yorker in any sense of the word. Wasn't born there, don't live there, went there for a few days one time. So I can't really speak on it. I don't have that authority, but I do think that's wild. I mean, isn't the whole thing about New York like that's where pretty much everyone wants to live or like move to, you know? It's like a hub of immigration. So like to say that you have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker, it does feel a little anti-immigrant in a way. Like, I understand that there are people who come from immigrant families who were maybe born in New York, but like, what about all the people who move there from other countries or also like just from other states? You don't even have to be an immigrant to this country I to like build a home in New York City. I thought that was the whole thing, you know, that a lot of people move to New York City because it's a place where people from other places move to. I don't know. And the thing for me is like, and again, I can't speak to it because I'm not from New York, so I can't say how anyone from New York should feel, but does she even currently live in New York? I feel like moving out of the city should be a bigger thing that's taken into consideration than whether or not you were born there, because as far as I'm aware, Ms. J-Lo lives in California, in Beverly Hills. Maybe even Hidden Hills, I'm not sure. But like, I don't believe that she currently, her primary residence is in New York City. So like, are you currently a New Yorker, J-Lo? I don't know. I feel that way a little bit. Like, there are certain people, certain public figures who like to say that they're from Detroit, and maybe they are originally from Detroit, but have not lived in Detroit for quite a while, moved out when they were pretty young, who will still claim Detroit as like their place, and it's like, but you're not here. And I'm not even in Detroit proper, so I guess I can't speak for, well, but most of the people who say they're from Detroit aren't from Detroit proper anyway. They're just from Metro Detroit like me. So yeah, I guess I can say it, that like most of the people who claim to be from Detroit who fucking moved out, they don't count. Well, they count for something. Like, they are from Detroit, but like, if you chose to leave, you chose to leave. So I don't know. But there's her spicy take. Now the Tonys were last night. Pink was the host. I didn't watch it, but I saw a few clips. There's her spinning up there, dressed like Peter Pan, of course. She was obviously gonna be doing that. She also picked Neil Patrick Harris up with her legs and then did the from Wicked. Very impressive. I mean, from what I could tell, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch her little Moulin Rouge thing. I watched the opening. She did a good job. She's good, and she was good on the Kelly Clarkson show when she took over as the host for a little bit. So maybe, I do think that Pink is trying to pivot that way to do, like, network hosting of some kind. Maybe more award shows, maybe get her own talk show. And I love it. I very much support it. She did also in her little intro thing, because it was kind of, they were poking fun at the idea of like, why is Pink hosting the Tonys when she doesn't do like plays or anything? They poked fun at that, and then she even said, they did this little bit where the other singers go, maybe next year they'll get Lady Gaga. And she would be amazing. I'd love that. Though Gaga, she's just a Tony away from her EGOT, so I think she needs to focus a little bit more on getting that Tony versus hosting the Tonys, but either way, she would be good. And Megan Thee Stallion was there. There she is right there. But she came out and did a little thing during the intro.
Those guys, they were just two strangers carrying some cake.
Real cute. Love that. Especially because she has canceled the rest of her, like, Moulin Rouge run. She's not going to be doing the Moulin Rouge thing again. I don't know if we talked about that the last time we did Pop Girly News. But that's a real bummer. But I'm glad she got to have this moment during the Tonys to at least celebrate that little run. And then in other news, another TV news, the last time, so we didn't do a Pop Girly News stream last week, but we did do we talked about the last 2 episodes of Euphoria, and just to give a little update on that, apparently, so the finale drew 8.7 million viewers in 3 days. Additionally, episodes from the new season are currently averaging 25 million viewers, marking a 17% increase from the average viewership of season 2. So these motherfuckers, the show was bigger this season. It was worse, but it pulled in more viewers because life isn't fair.
God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
I feel like they are going to give him another fucking show. I mean, they don't care about the quality. They don't care that people complain. They don't care that everyone was pissed that he killed off the main character in such an unceremonious way. He brings in the money. He brings in the viewership. They're going to give him another goddamn show. Zendaya's mom does seem kind of upset. She posted this onto Instagram and said, lots of messages in my DMs from people about last night's episode. I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself. Definitely made me sad and other emotions as well. But just gonna leave it right there. Say no more. We know exactly how you feel. And then Tom was on Amy Poehler's show and referred to Euphoria as that show.
And I think when you watch her as Rue in that show, yeah.
Give it no more dignity than that. Absolutely no more. But Tom was cute during this interview. He talked a lot about Janet Jackson, which was adorable.
And dancing, could watch it all day. Janet Jackson.
Yes.
You love.
I love Janet Jackson so much.
Let's talk about Janet for a second.
Oh, man.
She's
just electric.
She's so talented. And then we grew up, Gen X grew up with Janet. Janet was first on TV as a little young actress on Good Times, doing like very heavy material. And then Janet, of course, Michael, but Janet, we were like, okay, Michael's sister, Janet. And then Janet was her own just incredible artist who had huge hits and was an incredible dancer.
To be perfectly honest with you, I really feel like if you asked me to list 5 people that have been integral in the success of my career, she would be one of them.
Have you ever met her?
I've never met her, no. But if I didn't...
She's here. No,
Yeah, can you imagine? Like, oh my God.
Janet, come on out.
But if I didn't show that I had an understanding of like rhythm, my mum would have never got me into dancing. And if I didn't get into dancing, I would never have been spotted to audition for this show. And if I didn't do that show, I wouldn't have got an agent. And, you know, it was never something that I sought out. I never wanted to be an actor. It was never like I sat down with my parents and was like, I have this dream of being famous. So if it hadn't been for that song when I was a kid, I probably wouldn't be sat here today, which is kind of crazy.
Isn't it crazy? I was talking to Billie Eilish was here and we were talking about how she was like, you know, getting ready to compete in all of her dancing competitions.
Oh, I saw this clip.
And then
so good.
got hurt.
He's watching Billie Eilish. Like, he is one of the girls. I don't have him as any of our honorary pop girlies this week, but he is one. He's an honorary pop girly forever.
And then her song became, but I do feel like I have a strong love and passion for dancing. I feel like dancing is, first of all, it feels like magic when people can do it well. It feels like something spiritual, but also I love it just personally because it's very good for my nervous system.
Yeah.
Like it is this thing where if you can shake it out and move, you can calm yourself or whatever. It is this really primal thing that
And she's right. It is good. You should dance more. But I thought that was sweet, hearing him talk about Janet. And that's the thing, too, is, like, pop stars are so important for everybody. Not just, like, other pop stars, but they inspire all of us. Pop stars are so important. Now, I also did bring this up because a theme for today's episode is going to be how fandoms interact with discourse around their fave, and also like how they interact with their faves' work and such. And it's something, a more minor theme of that larger theme of today's episode. A more minor theme is the fact that Taylor Swift fans have kind of lost their minds. And that sort of makes sense because I do think Taylor Swift to some extent has lost her mind. But the fans are getting a little weird, and obviously it's not all of them. Every time we make these generalizations about the fandoms, it's not everyone in the fandom, but it is a large amount, or at least a vocal amount. Maybe it's a vocal minority, but the Taylor Swift fans are getting a little weird. Oh my God, there's a fucking gnat in here. We've gone so long without having a gnat in here, but it's gnat season again. Fuck. Away. But I on Twitter, I follow enough like stan accounts and stuff, and I just interact with enough like stan stuff that I pretty much see most. I have a good gauge for what like the major fandoms are doing, like what their vibe is, and I do think the Taylor Swift fans are just like having a moment, because I mean, they've always kind of, for the last few years, they've had plenty of moments because they're just so fucking massive that, like, there's a lot of people. And I do think that Taylor Swift fans, the Swifties used to be way more normal prior to Folklore. And then after Folklore, just way too many people got on board and stuff got weird. But they've been especially weird recently where, like, every time anything happens, it's always been a trope that anytime any pop star or anyone does anything, there's a Taylor Swift fan being like, oh, well, if Taylor did this, that's increased recently because they're extra defensive right now. But it is now grown where it's not even just about Taylor anymore. it's also, they're getting very defensive of Travis. So at one point during this interview, Tom talks about how he didn't want to host SNL because he has dyslexia and he's worried about reading the cue cards. Here, I'll let him talk for a second.
I've never done SNL.
Because of the cue cards.
I'm just so petrified at the concept of like trying to read something and
this
they
is very interesting.
change.
Well, I'm sure they have had many dyslexics host.
Totally. It's just that like for me, I can read fine.
Yeah.
But when I have to read out loud, it just becomes like a kind of, it's like a mental block.
Yeah.
And I can freeze. So for me, my worst day at work is the read through. Like at the read through, I will really try and highlight everything and learn my lines ahead of time.
Yes.
So that I'm more kind of skimming it than I am
You're kind of
reading
remembering it visually, but you know it.
Yeah, so I've been really lucky that they've asked me a few times to do it. And the truth is that I'm actually just really scared at the prospect of, I love the show and I love the idea of having fun and making a fool of yourself in such a fun, creative way. It's just that thing of the cue cards.
You have to remember, there have been people that have hosted that have been fully on drugs.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I think you can do it.
And who are those people?
Well, I'll tell
So
you.
you can tell.
You tell
You
me
can
the
tell.
Boiling Rock. I'll tell you those people.
But so, okay, Tom's being like very vulnerable here and talking about his like insecurities, his fears, why he hasn't like done this particular like benchmark in his career. And then here comes a fucking Swiftie. Funny how everyone can sympathize with him, but when Travis was open about his reading disability at table readings for Grotesquerie and SNL, and he still managed to act well despite that, everyone was making fun of him, saying he had CTE brain and that he was illiterate. Girl, who? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he had a reading disability. No one was having this conversation except for probably you and your fandom. And now what, you're upset that people sympathize with Tom Holland for having a reading disability? What the hell? They've lost their goddamn minds. I understand being defensive of Taylor to an extent, because, like, yeah, like all the other girls, she gets shit on unfairly, but, like, we gotta start going to bat for Travis at this point? I don't know. Now, one moment of comparison between Taylor and other artists that I do think is maybe fair to point out, and it's not even just Taylor, but it's like, if any woman did this, it'd probably be a bigger news story. But Morgan Wallen, he's had a few little moments on his recent tour. And apparently Abigail, who is Taylor Swift's friend, if you didn't know, liked an Instagram reel comparing how she handled a piano malfunction on stage compared to him.
I think there's stuff wrong with the piano because it's playing keys that I'm not playing. Oh my. Do you hear that? Is that happening for you too? So this is broken. I'm just gonna get the guitar. It's gonna be fine.
So yeah, handled it very differently. Taylor handled it with a bit more grace. Now I understand, like, it is kind of a rock and roll thing. Sometimes people smash their guitars and stuff on stage. I've never been a huge fan of it. Not in the, like, hand-wringing way of, like, oh, that's sacred. But just, like, I don't know. There's something about watching someone destroy an instrument where I'm like, ooh, that's awful. But I get it. Some people are really, like, you know, their emotions. I don't know. I don't know really even. I've never understood the trope of smashing your guitar. It just seems so wasteful to me. Because I can't imagine, like, even if I had a whole bunch of money, I can't imagine, like, smashing my laptop, the thing that I work off of. But, you know, to each their own, I suppose. Now, I do think that if Taylor did smash her piano like Morgan Wallen, I would be actually kind of excited by that, because I would love to see her get a little unruly. Oh, almost. I got it. I got the gnat. I would love to see Taylor get a little more chaotic on stage. If she smashed a piano, I'd probably actually find that kind of fun. But for sure, there would be so much discourse about it if any of the girls were smashing instruments, which some people have, but like none of the like big pop girls. It would be such a huge conversation. And then he also is still just such a bitch about it afterward too. So I don't know for sure if this was him, but the clip that Pop Crave posted did get a takedown notice from the copyright owner, which might have been the person who filmed the video. I don't know. Or it could have been Morgan Wallen, because he's like copywriting a clip of his song or something. I'm not sure, but like, if that was Morgan's team that copyright claimed that, what a fucking bitch. What a little bitch. But then it's not even just that. He also did a TikTok addressing it, which, I mean, the TikTok is whatever, it's just kind of annoying.
Hey, I just want you guys to know that right now this piano is working. And that's what they told me last night, too. Hey.
Like, he's just annoying. But then he also canceled one of his shows. He canceled a show in Pittsburgh. And then people were like, oh, did he cancel that because he was getting backlash for the piano thing? And so he's shutting down that rumor that it was actually because of the wind, which it turns out that it actually, this is in Pittsburgh again, it turns out it wasn't even that windy in Pittsburgh, that there was maybe some wind nearby, but not in Pittsburgh specifically. And I'm also just a little confused too about like, isn't he doing indoor shows? I feel like the wind, usually if that's going to cancel a show, it's going to cancel like an outdoor thing, an outdoor concert, an outdoor festival, but that's, I think that his shows are inside, so I'm not really sure how the wind contributed to that, but here's his explanation.
All right, y'all. So this morning, my team walked on my bus, told me that they had been consulting with local officials and that I should cancel my show in Pittsburgh tonight. And I said, why? They said that there was going to be strong winds in the area. And I said, okay. So that's what I did. And that was the information I had in the moment. And I trusted my team. I understand that that wind and whatever else hasn't gotten to Pittsburgh yet. I know it has touched some of Pennsylvania, so my heart goes out to all those affected.
Some of Pennsylvania? In the entire state? Like, what?
By it.
His heart's out for everyone affected by the wind, which I don't know, maybe it did fuck a whole bunch of shit up, but like, I haven't heard anything about wind damage to anywhere else. I don't know though, maybe Pennsylvania was fucked up by that wind. But, okay, your heart's going out to everyone affected by wind.
But the truth of the matter is, I have a large stage that in those conditions could become fatal to a lot of folks around it. So I did the best
But isn't it indoors?
I could with the information I had in that moment. I've been seeing a lot of nonsense about me that is simply not true, and I just wanted to clear the air. I think my true fans know that that's not how I operate in general, but I had to say it. Y'all take care.
Okay. The thing is, too, is like, he got on a plane before canceling the show. Like, I think he left Pennsylvania before actually canceling the show. And like, if the winds were that bad, how did you get on a plane? The wind was too bad for you to do an indoor concert, but it wasn't bad enough for your flight to be canceled? I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair to him. But I just know that this is the kind of scrutiny that any woman at his level, any woman who's consistently like getting #1 hits on the Billboard charts, couldn't pull this shit without getting an insane amount of scrutiny that he isn't really getting. And then in addition to that, he also, at one of the Pittsburgh shows, he had 2 nights. He did 1 night at Pittsburgh and then he canceled for the second night. But this is, I think, from the first night, he threw it's hard to say if it was actually the security guard's phone or if it was the phone of a fan. From what I heard, a fan handed her phone to the security guard who was like gonna give it to Morgan to have on stage or something, because I guess he does. Oh, maybe that is an outdoor festival, actually. That does, or not festival, but stadium. Okay, maybe he has an outdoor, but still it's the walls are, I don't know how much the wind would affect that. Because there's still all these walls that, I don't know. Did anyone else in Pittsburgh have a show canceled that night? Was it a thing that people were canceling shows over in Pittsburgh specifically? I don't know. But okay, so he took this phone from the security guard, which the security guard probably shouldn't have been holding the phone in the first place. But it sounds like it was a fan's phone that the security guard was trying to like hand to Morgan Wallen or something. So I guess before he has brought people's phones up on stage, I don't fucking know. But this is how he handles it. There's no sound on this one, I guess. At first he waves. You can see him wave there. And then he takes the phone. Oh my god. And that security guard had no idea. She was like, yep, he took it. Did my part. She shouldn't have been holding it in the first place. She should have been doing her job as a security guard. But also that's not for you to discipline, especially by throwing the phone. That could hurt somebody else. You wait for the venue to handle it. Like, he is just a little bitch. Here's another angle of him throwing the phone. Yeah. I really did just want to show this other angle, though, just to show how fucking ugly his stage is. Look at that. Just hideous. Ugh. Now, speaking of men and their strange stage designs, Harry Styles is making changes to his stage. His team put out a notice that says, we've heard concerns from some fans regarding sightline obstructions on the floor. We want every person in the room to have the best experience possible, and we are actively working on making adjustments to improve visibility while keeping everyone's safety a priority. Beginning Friday, the front bridges will be altered in Amsterdam and London. For future venues, we are working as quickly as possible to make adjustments that also fit within safety code and local compliance. In the meantime, temporary barricade adjustments have been made to the left and right front GA pits for tonight's show to improve stage visibility. Thank you for your patience, understanding, and for being part of Together with us. We love dancing with all of our friends. Now, in the last stream, I talked about his stage, and I'm going to show the, like, wide shot again. And I just sort of talked about how strange I thought the stage was. It's just this, like, big kind of squarish thing that has like 4 sections, which I guess if you buy a ticket for the GA, you buy a ticket for one of these sections, it seems like, and they have different, like one of them's like a disco section, one of them is something else, I don't remember, but they have different names apparently. But this is what the stage looks like, and I just thought it was weird. I was like, why are there these humps up there, like the bridges? I didn't understand it. I still didn't understand it. I still really genuinely don't know what it was that he was trying to accomplish here. I don't know. But I was really just confused when I talked about it last. I was confused about what the idea here even is. I didn't realize, though, how actually kind of awful it was, especially because up here in like the stands, you can see everything perfectly fine. But if you were actually down here in the like pit, in the general admission pit, depending on where you were standing, you maybe didn't see much at all. So this is one view of the obstruction. So kind of hard to see around that, like especially depending on where he is, you're gonna miss a lot of the show. But even that's not that bad. There are other photos that people have taken where it's like, oh, you can't see shit. So if you're like right here, if you're kind of off to the side of one of these little humps, it's like because there's a little hump, you can't see the other side of the bridge and you can't see like the main stage. It's bad. Like, what? And people pay a lot to be down in that pit. Like, that's a very, in most shows, that's a prime bit of real estate. So I'm assuming these people paid, and his tickets were expensive too. People paid a lot of money to be in an area where they can't fucking see anything. There's another angle there. People also couldn't see Robin. Robin was the opening act, and so you can see Robin on the big stage, but then they had no idea where she was actually on the stage. You can see her on the screen. Where is she? Don't know. So yeah, it's just some weird choices. They've fixed some stuff, and it does look like there's some better visibility now. But I really don't understand what it was that they thought they were doing. But here's the thing too, and this is another kind of part of some of the discussions for today, is like, with ticket prices being as expensive as they currently are, like what is the experience that you should be guaranteed by paying those prices? Because most of the time I would say, like, well, part of the experience of being at a show, even if you have a kind of obstructed view, it's like you're just there to be in the room. You're there to listen to the music. As long as you can hear the music, that, you know, check mark. And then you're there to like be with other fans and dance around with them, and that's part of the point. But like, if you're paying hundreds of dollars for a ticket, and down in the pit, I would have to imagine some people paid thousands of dollars, then it's like, well, you need a little bit more of a guarantee that you're going to be able to see the stage, and you're going to be able to like experience the entirety of the show as it was intended. So an obstructed view just kind of matters more. But I mean, at least with Harry, he is a man, you know, like he has some choreography and stuff during the shows, but for the most part, he's not putting on the kind of stage show that most of the women in his place would. So like, there's that part, you know, you're not going to miss that much of what he's doing on stage. You are kind of there just for the experience and to listen to him, because he's a good like singer and stuff. And people, it's called the Together Together Tour. Part of the point is just to be together. So people are still doing that, even if the stage kind of sucks. Here's people doing a little ballet show during the concert. So you've always got stuff like that, I suppose. But if you paid a lot of money, you should maybe get a little more. And that's kind of where we get into this next conversation with Phoebe Bridgers, who has just announced a new tour called the Lost Tour, where I believe the plan, I don't follow Phoebe Bridgers that closely, but I believe she is going to be premiering new music at these shows. So there is a no phone policy. It's phone free. You will use a Yonder pouch that will be unlocked when leaving the venue. So you come in, you put your little phone in the little pouch, it has to lock. Then once the show is over, it'll unlock and you can get your phone back. So I think the point is that she doesn't want any recording devices recording the performance, because she's going to be premiering new music and she wants to keep that like fresh. And I understand this. I'm not like against phone-free shows. I know Madonna did a phone-free tour a few years ago when she was promoting Madam X. The thing is, and where I think that's a little different, is the fact that the Madam X tour was a theater tour. It was in smaller venues. Phoebe Bridgers' tour is an arena tour. So like, I don't know. There's already a lack of intimacy that an arena has compared to a theater. And then there's a visibility issue because, I mean, she's coming to Detroit, and I believe she's at the Little Caesars Arena. I've been in that arena, and if you're in the back, like, it's fucking hard to see stuff. And a lot of people, when you go to a concert and you're using your phone, you're not just using it a lot of the time for filming for like social media content, though sometimes you are, and like plenty of people will be doing that either way. I mean, I guess you can if your phone is locked up, but like what a lot of people use it for as they're even filming content is like it's a kind of like a pair of binoculars. Like if you're far away, you can zoom in on your phone and see the stage a little bit better than you could if you didn't have your phone. And so I get it. I get she doesn't want people recording, but like if someone's far in the fucking back, it does just suck that like you have, I mean, I guess you could bring binoculars. You could buy a pair of binoculars, but most people aren't going to. That's a thing that people kind of rely on to like see the stage a little bit better. So I don't know. I think the setting for a no phone tour, I don't love it being an arena, but I think it also will probably depend on like how much, like how the stage is designed, and if she's gonna have like really big screens that ensure that everyone can see everything. That will make a big difference, but at this point we don't know what the stage looks like. We don't know how big the screens are going to be. We also don't know how much the tickets are going to cost, and I think that's another big thing too, of like, if you're expecting people to come to these shows where they can't bring their phones the way that they would at most other concerts, are you going to be charging them hundreds of dollars for nosebleed seats? Because I don't know. I think that's just, I mean, you have a right to do it, but I just think it's a little disrespectful in a way to like be charging hundreds of dollars and then not allowing the fans to view the show in the way that they would choose to. But, you know, maybe the tickets are going to be affordably priced. Maybe she'll be one of the few people who prices their shows reasonably. Who's to say? We'll see. We'll see. But then there's also, there's conversations about like accessibility, which I believe that there are exceptions put into like the actual, if you read the whole thing, there are exceptions for some people who have disabilities and who need a phone for something. So that has been accounted for, I believe. I haven't looked that deeply into it. And then there's also just conversations about like safety. I've seen a little bit of fear mongering of like, oh my god, but that's such a safety hazard. What if I get kidnapped and I can't call for help? It's like, okay, well, you're not gonna get kidnapped though. Come on. It just feels a little like true crime brain-y, you know? To think that you're gonna get kidnapped at the Phoebe Bridgers show if you don't have access to your phone. I think you'll probably be fine. And also you will still have your phone. It's just gonna be in the pouch. You just can't open the pouch during the show because it's the way that those like pouches were designed. But here, I've got some advice. If you are so worried about getting kidnapped, just do this. Yeah, you're not gonna get kidnapped. You'll probably be fine. But, you know, it is just like people use their phones for various reasons. And again, it's like, I think it really does come down to the price thing. Because I think that there is an increase in people using their phones and recording stuff during concerts. But number one, I think that has something to do with the fact that a lot of the people who can afford tickets now are not always necessarily like the most diehard fans. They're just the people who could afford tickets, you know? When your tickets are hundreds of dollars each for even like nosebleed seats, that's gonna just price out a lot of your actual fan base and just leave a bunch of fucking rich people who maybe don't even care that much about your music, who just are there to record content. So that's an issue. I think if we're so concerned about the phones, we should make the concert venues a little bit more accessible to working class people who are there for, you know, because they're fans, not necessarily because they just happen to be the people who could afford going. But then also, like, if you're paying that much money, there's an extra incentive of like, oh, I need this moment to last. I need to get my money's worth. And so people feel incentivized to record stuff during the shows because that's a way to try to like stretch the value of what they've purchased. If it's a $50 ticket and I'm told I can't bring my phone, then it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. $50 and I get to be in a room and listen to music and be with other people listening to music. That's no big deal. If I'm paying hundreds of dollars and I can't bring my phone, then I'm like, well, then it better be a good fucking show. And you don't know until you go, especially because you can't see the clips beforehand. And that's another thing too, of like, a lot of people at this point just can't afford to go to the shows, and so they watch the shows on like live streams on TikTok, or they watch them afterward when someone like fully records it and uploads it to YouTube, which I know is kind of the thing that I think Phoebe is trying to prevent in this instance, because she doesn't want the songs to get out. But it is just another thing of like, okay, cool, so if you can't afford to get tickets to the show, you just can't watch it at all. But maybe she'll record it. Maybe there'll be a professional recording later. I don't know. It's just too soon to say. Just too soon to say. But it hits at a bigger thing. Again, the theme throughout the show is like, what does Phoebe Bridgers owe her audience? And what does the audience owe Phoebe in terms of going along with how she wants her show to be? I mean, ultimately, you do have to go along with it, because those are the rules of the show. I mean, they're pre-established before you go. You know before you go that you can't bring your phone. Well advertised. So if you go, you are going with the thought of like, I am abiding by what Phoebe wanted. But is what Phoebe wants maybe a little annoying to a lot of the fan base? Probably. And ultimately, performing for a living is like, it's a service that you're providing in some ways. Like you do, there's some give and take between artist and audience and expectations and whatnot. So I don't know. She has a right to do it. Fans also have a right to be annoyed about it. Something that I'm hoping, I'm like, I don't know how far this could really even go, but Spotify is apparently releasing this new feature that could maybe make concerts more accessible to like actual fans. So it's called Reserve Concert Tickets for fans based on streams and activity. Fans can purchase 2 tickets reserved for them to purchase with a 1-day window for purchase. I don't know how it works yet. There aren't a lot of details, but I guess if you're like someone who streams an artist's music a lot, you'll get some sort of code or something for a pre-sale that you can get 2 tickets with. And I'm like, I guess that's nice, because it kind of prevents like the people who get the early access from just being like scalpers if they're actual fans. But I don't know how that's gonna work, and I still don't think it's gonna solve the core problem. Another complaint with another live show happening right now. Kesha is on tour again, and I guess people are upset that it's very similar to the tour that she just ended. I don't know. I didn't watch a whole lot of that other show. I saw a few clips here and there, so I don't know exactly how similar it is, but I don't know. It's something fans are upset about, and there was some sort of thing that happened with some fan account. I think they've already deleted. Oh yeah, they went private, so I can't show it now. But there was a Kesha fan account that made this whole big post about how they were shutting down because Kesha disappointed them somehow with this new tour. And it just kind of seemed shitty on both ends, where I guess Kesha has maybe a history, and this is from a long time ago. This is from 2018, but back in 2018, she did cancel a show for health reasons, but about 30 minutes before the show was supposed to start. And this person says it gave them PTSD until this day. Now, PTSD seems a little much. I feel like that's an intense word to use, but yeah, canceling a show 20 minutes before is a dick move, I suppose. And this is a scar that this fan has held on to since 2018. So, I don't know. I don't know how widespread this is in the Kesha fandom in general, but there is some amount of discontent with how her live shows are happening right now. And also, she released the music video of her song Origami, which is getting a lot of controversy. There's a cultural appropriation argument that I'm not going to be getting into because what am I going to say about it? Like, I don't know anything about origami. I'm not the right person to talk to about it. What I will say is that the video is very badly edited. Just plainly. It is not good. And I understand Kesha is like an independent artist now. And I've seen this with a lot of the like smaller girlies. A lot of them don't have great video editing for their videos. Like even Slayyyter, sometimes with some of those videos, I'm like, I think the editing could be a little bit better. Also, it's the same with Rebecca Black. Some of her videos, I'm like, yeah, the editing could be better. This Kesha one is actually especially bad. It's kind of distractingly bad for me. I can get past it with the Rebecca Black and with the Slayyyter videos. This one, I don't think I'm gonna be watching it a whole lot because I don't think it's well edited at all, which is disappointing because it's a fine song. Yeah. No. But I still love Kesha. Still rooting for her always. Now, we have to get into we have to talk about Taylor. She's the person on the thumbnail and everything, but far before that, kind of the heart of this new stream is the stuff happening with Ariana Grande. Now, I have to go into this. I am not an Arianator. I am a fan of Ariana Grande's, but I don't claim Arianator status. I don't claim to be like a stan. I don't follow her that closely, and I haven't been involved in like her standum. I've observed it, but I haven't been like an active member of the standum. So I'm going to admit that there are things about the ways that Arianators interact with one another and the ways that they interact with her work and with her that I'm probably just not gonna fully understand. And I'm trying to be cognizant of that because I understand that like when you are a fan, when you're a stan, when you're involved in a standum, you have a relationship with the artist that is just more complicated sometimes than it is for like a casual fan. And I understand that, and there's like nuances that I see in like the girls that I stan and those conversations, like Gaga, like Britney. There are conversations that happen in those standums where I'm like, if you're not a part of the standum, you're not really gonna understand the conversation in the first place, and it's just gonna seem like ridiculous parasocial nonsense, and some of it is. Some of it admittedly is. But some of it is also like it's still parasocial, but it's not necessarily nonsense. It has a little bit more weight to it. And so that is something too where like with Lady Gaga as a little monster, there are things that I might say about her or her career that from an outside perspective seems a little just like petty and seems like I'm just complaining about like, oh, she didn't release an album that I like or something. Like, I mean, I made a video, what I believe to be my most underrated and sometimes most misunderstood video about art pop, which was called Art Pop Was Not Ahead of Its Time and That's Okay. That was a video that was kind of about how Gaga's career had just felt different after art pop, and in a way that was kind of sad for a lot of fans. And that's why I think a lot of people do have reverence for art pop, not only because it is like a good album, but it was sort of the last moment before Mayhem. It was the last moment in Gaga's career where it seemed like she was really, really committed to being a pop star and was committed to a certain kind of pop stardom and a certain relationship with her fans and with her artwork to a degree that like people miss that aspect of her career, that mode of her career, which we kind of got back with Mayhem. So, it felt satisfying in that way of like, oh, we have we have Gaga back now. And so there are things that I maybe will say about Gaga sometimes that from an outside perspective, it would be like, oh, you just didn't like Joanne. You just didn't like these movies that she's doing. And I'm like, no, it's more complicated. It's a little bit more nuanced. It's not just that I don't like Joanne, though I don't really like that album very much. But I also, like, there's other things that Gaga's done that I don't like personally. That's not to my taste, that I'm, like, fine with her doing, and I'm fine with her doing anything. She's her own woman and she has freedom and she should express that, but like there's a deeper kind of sadness and disappointment around certain parts of her career, such as Joanne, where it felt like she was making music from a place of insecurity and a place of like wanting to be more accepted by like a mainstream heterosexual male audience, especially I talked about in that video, there are some daddy issues that have been apparent throughout her entire career that seem to manifest, especially with Joanne, in that she was making an album essentially for her father. For what fucking reason? Whatever. But so there's stuff like that, and like with the movies and stuff where I'm like, I'm fine with her making movies. I'm fine with her, again, doing whatever she wants because she's her own person. But like there was a pivot to movies that felt like she was taking a break from the music industry because she was traumatized by it in a lot of ways, but then was doing movies where she was also actively talking about how much the movies were traumatizing her, like especially House of Gucci, where she was like, oh yeah, I had to have a therapist on set. And she's like, yeah, I had PTSD and I was like re-triggering myself for this role. I was like, girl, what the fuck? But then also like a lot of those movies were just movies that were so catered toward like a heterosexual male audience, and it felt like she was just kind of getting away from her more queer audience and getting away from like a part of herself that maybe she seemed to be a little bit more apprehensive about showing. So there's a lot of complicated things around it. And also there was the whole fucking Nurtec ad, which like looking back, there's some things where I'm like, were we maybe a little bit more dramatic about some stuff prior to Mayhem and maybe a little bit too harsh on her? Perhaps, but the Nurtec thing I still think was crazy. I still think that was a crazy thing for her to do. To hold the fucking footage from the Chromatica Ball tour for like a year and then put it in a Nurtec ad with no announcement for the Chromatica Ball film. It was crazy. It was crazy. So, that all being said, I'm trying to think about that a bit in what I'm noticing from the Ariana Grande stand-up, from the Arianators, because there are some things they say where I'm like, do you just not like her? Period? You just, like, you want her to specifically make, like, 7 rings over and over again? You want her to make, like, Sweetener? You want her to make Thank You Next? And if she's not, you're mad? There's some stuff like that where it's hard not to judge some members of the Arianator community. But then I have to remember of like, no, maybe they have a more kind of complicated relationship with her work. Maybe they have more complicated feelings that I'm not understanding. But I know that Ariana has voiced some frustrations with her fandom before. This was from the lie detector test that she did while promoting Wicked.
Very much.
Yes?
True.
Would you say you love your fans?
Very much.
Yes?
Truthful.
Do you love them all the time?
I love them always, but I think sometimes they can hurt my feelings. And sometimes I don't like them, but I love them always. Does that make sense?
Yes.
She's being truthful.
Girl, I love you. That was such a sweet answer.
I love you so much. It's a hard relationship, I think.
Yeah.
That's sort of like weirdly parasocial, but it feels very real to me. So sometimes it's hard, but I love them very much.
Have you ever DM'd a fan?
And then also when she did the remix for Sympathy is a Knife with Charlie, her verse specifically mentions, it's a knife when the mean fans hate the nice fans. So it seems like she has some complicated feelings about her audience. They maybe have complicated feelings about her. And this is where it's like, I think that there are completely valid things that you can say as a fan, as someone who has like a parasocial relationship with an artist, and not just like, I mean, we use the word parasocial all the time, and a lot of people mean it in a specifically negative way, but I don't think it's just a negative thing. I think that it's a completely natural thing. I think it's an extension. It's a product of human empathy. You know, if you really love an artist and you love their work, and you've gotten attached to them from seeing them in interviews and seeing the behind the scenes stuff, you know, you have empathy for them, you feel attached to them, you care for them. I think that's a completely natural thing. I think it's a completely like healthy thing most of the time. And it's good for you in a lot of ways to like feel connected to a person like that. And it's not even just your connection to that person, it's also your connection to the community of other people and other fans who feel similarly about that artist that you do. So it is just like a complicated relationship, and I don't want to just judge fans and be like, just shut the fuck up and take what she gives you, because I understand it's more nuanced than that. But then so I just showed that tweet that someone said, like, hang in there, Arianators. It took Lady Gaga 12 years to remember who the fuck she was, which I think is, like, more or less true. And then the responses that I'm seeing from the Ariana fandom is, and this is my fear, nobody want to see 45-year-old Ariana Grande in a high pony and knee-high boots trying to be cunty, looking like another goofy-ass Madonna. No, boo-hoo, your time and prime is now. Remember your place as a pop icon. She's gonna regret hating her pop persona. That's a little harsh. More than a little, I think. Like, what the fuck, actually? She's in her prime now? She better get her shit together now? Oh my god. Can you recognize her as a human a little bit? And also, like, what the hell? Like, Madonna. She's releasing a new album that's people are very excited about. Madonna is in her prime always. It's not an age thing. I mean, this is such an ageist take in the first place. But even to, like, be putting a time limit on your fave to be like, you need to be doing pop star shit right now, that is just so unsympathetic and so mean. And yeah, I do want to see, if Ariana Grande wants to wear a high ponytail and knee-high boots at 45, I'm absolutely here for it. I'd be so excited about that. What the fuck? And also, what is the big difference between 32 and 45? Ay, ay, ay. But so Ariana released her new single, Hate That I Made You Love Me, which... I don't know for sure, but the way that I read the lyrics, I kind of assume the song is about her fans. So, especially on, like, the bridge here, she says, I've held your projections when you felt so insecure. Tell me why. Why is it this way? Why you so hate to see women endure? Is it really my fault you all gave me your hearts of your own accord? I don't really think so. So, I think she's talking about y'all. But they apparently hate this fucking song. And I understood it. Well, no, I never understood the hate for it. But when I first heard it, when it first came out on Friday or whatever it was, I was like, okay, it's a little underwhelming, like for a debut. It's the first single from her new album, Petal. I was like, for a first single, it's a little low-key. It's not super exciting. You maybe want something for your lead single to be bigger, more of a banger, more of a bop. But I thought the song was, like, okay, but people were really, really hating it. And specifically, like, her fans were like, oh, it's a flop. She fucked up. I very much, my feelings on it were kind of meh at first. After I saw the video, I was like, oh no, this fucks. This is one of her best songs. I love it now. I think it's legitimately incredible and one of her best songs, and I'm obsessed with the music video. So, at this point, it's hard to be on the Arianator's side, because I'm like, yeah, but your girl actually did make a really good song, and I don't know why you're having such an issue with it. Of course, again, it's not all of them. Some of them appreciate the track, but I just saw way too much hate for it, where I'm like, again, if I'm comparing this with Gaga, the moments in Gaga's career where I've been the most disappointed are moments where I just felt like, I don't know if this is really her or if this is her trying to be more digestible to a mainstream audience. Like, that really is what Joanne felt like to me. And it felt like a pivot toward her trying to appeal to a different audience. With Ariana, I think even if you don't like every album, there's nothing about Ariana's work where I ever felt like, oh, she's trying to pivot toward a completely new audience. It just felt like a new extension of what she had already kind of been doing. Sure, it's maybe not as like trap influenced, maybe it's not as like danceable or whatever, but it always still felt like Ariana to me. But maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe I don't quite understand the appeal that she had to her fan base previously. I don't know, but they're being nasty about it. So I'm specifically seeing the words decuntification a lot. They keep referring to this as her decuntification, and they're, first of all, comparing 2020 to 2026. This is Positions, which I remember very well. I remember the Arianators not really fucking with Positions either. So let's not rewrite history and all pretend that you guys loved Positions, because I don't think that's true. In fact, I think that's another thing that she said, that she felt the fan backlash from Positions and felt kind of hurt by it because she really liked that album. And I was like, yeah, that I feel like the biggest problem with Positions is the fact that it sounded too much like some of her older work. Like, maybe you could say that she wasn't evolving enough, but I still thought the album was fine. But okay, they're reclaiming it now. Now they love Positions, now that she's on a new album. But this is just mean. It's like, because she's not doing the kind of like sexy, racially ambiguous thing anymore. Now you don't like it? Like, what's the problem with this? What's the problem with this image? Y'all are just fucking mean. And also, I saw so many of them saying that it was a flop song. It's #1 now. It's #1 on Billboard, and it is her, what is it, 10th? Or no, she's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 #1, or not #1s, but 8 top 10 hits as the lead single for her albums. That's pretty great, and it's #1. So flop my ass. And she also gave them a live rehearsal, a live version of Hate That I Made You Love Me from her tour rehearsals. So cool of her, so nice, so kind, so giving. But that leads us into her new tour. She just started her tour on the 6th, I believe. They were very excited. I saw people stoked about the fact that she's got her pony back and she's got her big high knee-length boots. They were like, she's gonna be cunty again. Mixed results, I believe, from what I'm seeing from the reaction from her fans. But this is going to be her last tour for a while, which she said on the Amy Poehler podcast. Welcome back, Amy. Oh, come on.
And I don't want to say any definitive things. Like, I do know that I'm very excited to do this small tour, but I think it might not happen again for a long time.
Sure.
You know, so I'm going to give it my all and it's going to be beautiful. And I'm so grateful that I think that's why I'm doing it. Because I'm like, one last hurrah.
Perfect. Because
for now.
Never say
now.
never.
No, I'm not.
And also, I think to your point, like when you're able to step away from acting or music or writing, you really appreciate it when you get to go back to it.
So much more. And like you are able to do better by that art form because you're appreciative and really able to feel present in it.
Well, this leads me to Bowen's next question, which was,
I don't know if she said there, but yeah, she said that this is going to be the last tour for a while. She did say it there, but I think she maybe said it even more in a later part of the show. But so this is kind of the last hurrah for a minute, for a second. Now, there's a few things where I'm like, okay, I can see maybe a little dysfunction with the team or something that is kind of reminding me of Gaga at certain moments. Oh no, it's back though. Okay, so that's good. Because they opened up this tour hub thing on the website where I guess they're going to have like photos and stuff. But I looked earlier today and they hadn't had anything up from the show a few days ago. And I was like, oh, okay, well that doesn't bode well that you've only got, or I guess, okay, now we've got some photos. Okay, so that's good. But it took a minute for the photos to get uploaded. So I was like, they just already abandoned this website, but no, they haven't. So that's good. There we go. Some photos up. Now I also saw that like prior to the show, and I don't know how, this is the thing is that I don't feel like I see the fans complaining about this as much, but there were some ads playing before the actual show started for like I can never say Swarovski crystals, which I guess she has a partnership with, and also her own REM beauty line. And that I was like, okay, well that kind of feels familiar in the way that like Gaga kept shoving fucking house labs down our throats, but that's still even, I don't know. I feel like REM beauty has not been like as big of a sticking point for the Arianators as House Labs became with Little Monsters for a second. So maybe that's something. Maybe they're fed up with the REM beauty ads. They also, well, she, in the visualizers, she is referencing her past eras and in a way that implies some amount of trauma. So the whole thing with Eternal Sunshine, it's a reference to the movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where memories of like a previous relationship get erased, and it seems like she is referencing her old eras here and wants to erase the memories of some of these times. And now this is something that I very much experienced with Gaga, where it seems like, and I think this is a very common thing with all the girls, that like the music industry is traumatizing for a lot of them. A lot of them have memories that are not good, and they maybe kind of want to run away from that for a bit. And that's how I felt with Gaga's pivot toward acting and stuff, is she was kind of running away from the music industry. And again, where that got a little bit frustrating is like, well, then you're just traumatizing yourself in another part of the entertainment industry because you're on the House of Gucci needing a like trauma therapist. So it doesn't even seem like you actually got into a more healthy place in your life. It seems like you just moved from one medium to another. But I think that there's a larger thing that fans maybe feel a connection to these eras themselves, and it frustrates them that she doesn't have the same relationship to those moments in her career that her fans do, and that can cause a little bit of tension, perhaps, because she's referencing all of the eras, really. Yeah, so that's something. She has a different relationship to that work than her fans probably do. And then during the show, she did reference Glinda a little bit. She opens up and says, "It's good to see me, isn't it?" Or actually, I think she says it's good to see us, isn't it? At the tour.
It's good to see us, isn't it? It's good to see me, isn't it?
And I've come to understand that a lot of the fan base does blame Wicked for their negative feelings toward Ariana, or toward like how she's changed, I guess, in a way that they don't like. They blame Wicked, and I do understand that to an extent, because I think that Ariana maybe got very deep into the Wicked thing, where she definitely has taken on like a new kind of speech pattern and stuff, similar to maybe how like Austin Butler got the Elvis accent. She kind of has a now permanent, for now, permanent Glinda accent, but it's like, well, then what was before that? Because she had a little bit of like a black scent before, so was that really even her real cadence? I don't know. I think that was maybe a little put on as well, so it's not like I think she's actually gotten any further from herself here. I think that she's just a theater kid who takes on these different roles that she's kind of either crafted for herself, or in this case was casted in for a film. So I don't know, I think your girl's just kind of a theater girl, and she just talks different depending on what she's doing. But okay, I can kind of see that there was maybe a change in her career with Wicked. Where I'm struggling to connect with it though, and again, like, I just have to kind of think of it through my own lens as a stan with Gaga. Like, I and a lot of fans got a little frustrated with how much A Star Is Born overtook parts of Gaga's image. But that to me was like, the frustration came from the fact that A Star Is Born is just a very like rockist film. It had a very kind of anti-pop sentimentality to it. It was another example of Gaga kind of chasing this validation of, I can be like a serious actress and appeal more to like a mainstream heterosexual audience. So that to me was kind of, and it wasn't even something that I think most fans were that against at first when she first did it. It just became like a thing retrospectively when she then did like House of Gucci, and also the Tom Cruise, what are those movies called? Top Gun, when she did Top Gun. It's like, okay, yeah, there was a pivot there, that she wasn't maybe making stuff that was for like the girls and the gays anymore. But then that's why I don't quite understand the issues with Wicked, because Wicked still is a property that is aimed at a very like queer audience. And it also is so clearly something that like, I don't think Ariana was really changing herself that much for the role, because it was so clear she's been talking about wanting to play Glinda for Wicked for years. I mean, her entire career she's been like, oh, that's my dream role. I want to play Glinda so bad. So I'm like, well, this just seems like a natural thing for her to do. I understand maybe feeling frustrated that it kind of interrupted like the album cycle for Eternal Sunshine. I guess that's a point of frustration, but I don't know. It's like you guys still got more with Eternal Sunshine than I did from Chromatica, so I can't be that sympathetic. But okay, I guess, I don't know. This just seemed like a natural thing for her to do. Not sure. Some people were having the time of their lives at the show, though, including this little flower in the audience. So there were a lot of good moments throughout the show. She also did Rain on Me featuring Lady Gaga, or Lady Gaga featuring her, which was exciting. And as this person pointed out, Ariana Grande performed Rain on Me featuring Lady Gaga instead of Side to Side with Nicki Minaj. I know that's right. Well, it's also kind of a better song. No, I don't know. I do like Side to Side. She did great. Love that. And then a lot of people did like this little backstage moment that she had, which does feel somewhat reminiscent of Gaga's backstage thing for the Mayhem tour. But I'm not saying that in like a she's copying way. I'm just saying it in like a, oh, this looks familiar, you know, familiar fruit kind of way, but not shady. It's cute. And there's La Roach. People were very excited to see him. So that was all cute. She also sounded incredible, as she always does. She has an incredible voice. Once in a generation talent. And then she also ascended. I think this is the last part of the show. This is like the finale. She goes up, like in her Supernatural music video, up into the sky thing. People have pointed out the amount of people on their phones during that section, and I have another photo too. And I understand, like, it's just all of them. But I get it, like, that's the final moment, and it's a moment that is supposed to kind of be, like, photographed, you know? That's what it's meant for, so I think we can be forgiving in that sense. Now, where the conversation really kind of takes a turn, and trigger warning going forward, we are about to discuss what I think at this point is kind of irresponsible not to discuss, which is Ariana Grande's current body. Now, it's something that I've like kind of talked about on these streams before, because it is fairly obvious that she has lost a tremendous amount of weight. But it still is not something that I want to like ever give, that I have had ever wanted to give a lot of dedicated time to, because it didn't seem completely fair to her. And I still don't necessarily even want to give it this time, because it's not a fun thing to talk about, and it's not an easy thing to talk about. There's no like perfect way to say some of this stuff. It's a very sticky conversation, but it's a conversation that I just think is very hard to ignore at the current moment, because I watched some of the clips. I watched a little of the live stream, some live streams of the show while it was happening, and very impressed by the show for the most part, but it was somewhat obvious even from far away that like she is very small. And then there were some close-up shots that I've seen since then that are even more worrying, and I'm gonna show one of them now, because I don't like to do this. I don't like to point out people's weight and stuff in general. I don't do it often. I have thoughts. I see people. I see a lot of our girls getting very thin, and I don't really say anything about it. And I also don't really like this whole thing, like with, I don't even know what you would call it. It's not like pity porn, but like the stuff that people do with Eugenia Cooney, where it's like they just like looking at her just to be like, wow, I can't believe she's still alive. I don't like doing stuff like that, so I don't like pulling up this video here, but I do think at this point, I think we need to be really clear about what's happening, and I think we can't really be vague about it anymore, of like, oh yeah, she's lost some weight, it maybe is troubling, but who's to say? At this point, I think it's getting more, it's a more pressing concern than that, and so I am gonna pull up this short little clip thing, like just a kind of moving image. Especially, I'm pulling up the moving image specifically because I saw some people questioning the authenticity of the still photo. People thought that it was edited. It's not edited. I'm gonna pull it up for a second. So trigger warning, it's bad. But I just think we all need to be on the same page about how bad it is. So here's what Ariana Grande currently looks like. It's almost every bone that you can see. Especially on her chest. Like, it's really awful. And it's awful in a way that I don't feel comfortable ignoring it anymore. And her fans, I'm bringing up the video because her fans are still trying to act like it's not happening. Like this person says, for those who claim she looks like bones, this is an unedited video of her last night. Stop faking how thin she is. Has she lost weight over the years? Yes. But you are not her personal doctor, nor do you know her medical history or her meds or whatever. It's medical-wise. It's like, okay, yeah, so you found a more distanced video where she's wearing more clothing even to prove your point. And it's like, she still looks thin even there. This is the thing. It's like, okay, I get that. I get this whole thing about, like, you don't know someone's medical history, you're not her doctor, whatever. And I agree with that in a vast majority of these conversations. Like, a vast majority of the time, I don't think you can tell someone's health, their overall health, from their weight. And that's especially true, really, about, like fat people who are, like, technically, according to, like, their BMI measurements, overweight. You can be overweight and be absolutely healthy and fine. Like, and that is really, it's a gross part about our society and our, like, diet culture and beauty standards and such, where people associate thinness with health when that's not the case. It represents such a fundamental misunderstanding of, like, how bodies work, like how human bodies work. The reason that it's so hard for people to gain or to lose weight is because, like, your body has evolved. It is evolutionarily advantageous for human bodies to retain fat. And that is just true. Like, your body, if you get to a certain weight, your body wants to keep you there. Which is why it's hard. If you go on, like, a crash diet or something and you lose a whole bunch of weight, you are almost guaranteed to gain the weight back. Because once you lose that weight, your body, even if you change your diet really significantly, your metabolism will change because your body does want to retain that fat. Because, again, it has been evolutionarily advantageous for us as a species. So that's one thing of, like, you can't just look at someone who's overweight and be like, they're unhealthy, because you could run their blood tests and everything and they can be completely fine. Weight is not a measurement of health in that way. But it sometimes is a measurement of health, especially in the opposite direction, because your body does need fat to survive. It just needs it. And it needs a regular intake of nutrition. Even if you don't have, if you're not, like, that big yourself, or not that small yourself, if you're, a lot of people who have eating disorders would be considered, like, overweight, and they don't get diagnosed because we think of an eating disorder as something specifically that, like, a thin person has, which isn't necessarily true. But, like, if you're starving yourself in any capacity, you are doing damage to your body, no matter what weight you're at. You need a regular intake of food. But especially if you get down to a certain size, your organs stop functioning correctly. And that's what's a little bit frustrating about this whole conversation, is, like, yeah, in most cases, I would say that you can't just judge someone's weight or someone's health by their weight. But there comes a certain point where if I'm looking at someone and they don't have any body fat and I can see, like, all of their bones, yeah, they are unhealthy. There's no way around that. To deny that is just to deny how fucking bodies work. I don't need to be a doctor. I don't need to look at Ariana Grande's medical records to say that, like, yeah, she's unhealthy right now. She is. And I don't know if it's an eating disorder, and I don't know if it's something else, but it's something. And, like, some of the fans are trying to defend it. They're like, how some of y'all want Ariana to be looking like on stage, and they did an AI photo of her being like fat or whatever, and it's like, is this so terrible? Is this what you're afraid of? That's awful. And then they keep using the video that she made a few years ago when she was even, like, she's thinner now than she was then. And I understand this video and I understand the reasoning behind posting this, but here's the thing, is like, well, I'll play what she says.
Hi everyone. I have made my coffee. I'm on my way to work soon. I just wanted to come on, and I don't do this often. I don't like it. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it and I don't like it, but I just wanted to address your concerns about my body and talk a little bit about what it means to be a person with a body and to be seen and to be paid such close attention to. I think we should be gentler and less comfortable commenting on people's bodies, no matter what. If you think you're saying something good or well-intentioned, whatever it is, healthy, unhealthy, big, small, this, that, sexy, not sexy, we just shouldn't. We should really work towards not doing that as much.
Okay. In part, it's like, again, in most cases that's true. In most cases you probably don't need to make comments about people's bodies. But this definitely is a kind of disordered eating line of thinking of, like, just everyone leave me alone about it. And I get that to an extent. I think that, like, being scrutinized on a mass scale makes sense that she would be very sensitive about it. But I don't know that this is a healthy thing to think in general of, like, just never worry about another person's body ever. Like, no, there's some times where you really should. And I get you saying this to the public, but I have a feeling that she maybe also, and I don't know, I guess I shouldn't make that assumption even, but, like, this is something that people will say privately to their loved ones of, like, it's not right for you to comment on my body like this. And it's like, well, but people who love you don't want you to fucking die. So at some point, I think it is kind of fair to be concerned about someone else's body and maybe make a comment of, like, hey girl, doesn't look like you've been taking very good care of yourself. Something going on. Like, there's a little bit of a thing here in all of this rhetoric about, like, never comment on anyone else's body that does just feel like leave people alone when it looks like they're struggling. And I don't know that I'm fully on board with that. I think that there are times where you do need to maybe step in and say something to someone. Is it right for all of us to say this to Ariana Grande? No, not necessarily. But for one thing, most of us aren't even saying it to Ariana Grande. Most of us are saying it about Ariana Grande to one another. And I think that that's a fair conversation for us as, like, a society to have about, like, hey, what we're seeing with this one woman right now, maybe we definitely shouldn't replicate it and we definitely shouldn't normalize it. I don't know, but going on, I have a little bit more issue with some of the other stuff she says.
Ways to compliment someone or to ignore something that you see that you don't like, that I think we should help each other work towards, just to aim towards being safer and keeping each other safer.
But that's the thing, is that it's not even about keeping each other safer, it's more about not having an uncomfortable conversation in the moment, and that's not always the same thing.
But I just also wanted to say, one, there are many different kinds of beautiful. There are many different ways to look healthy and beautiful. I know personally for me, the body that you've been comparing my current body to was the unhealthiest version of my body. I was on a lot of antidepressants and drinking on them and eating poorly, and at the lowest point of my life when I looked the way you consider my healthy, but that in fact wasn't my healthy. And And I know I shouldn't have to explain that, but I do feel like maybe having an openness and some sort of vulnerability here will be something good might come from it. I don't know.
And that's really the issue that I have. And I understand, again, like, your weight isn't the be-all, end-all indicator of your health. And I'm sure she says she was on medication, she says she was drinking, and like, okay, maybe those things were contributing factors. Maybe part of her weight loss has to do with that. But she also does mention her diet there. She says specifically that she wasn't eating healthily or whatever, and that's a little kind of, it's hard to get past that, because if you're using if your health, if your diet is a contributing factor to why you looked a certain way before and why you look a certain way now, I can tell you right now that your diet previously was healthier than your diet now, because your diet now is not sustaining you. Your diet currently makes you look like you're starving. And even if you were eating like what you consider to be unhealthy foods, you like weren't eating clean or whatever the fuck, it was still healthier because it sounds like you were eating more. And your body does need a minimum amount of calories to get through the day. And not even just through the day, through your fucking life. And that's sort of the hard thing too, is like, she seems high functioning right now, but this is how a lot of eating disorders fuck with you. It's like your body will kick into overdrive to keep you going for a while, and you won't necessarily notice the damage that's being done to your organs that will catch up with you in the long run. So, like, yeah, Ariana's on a vegan diet. That might be a factor. I do think, and again, there was a whole Billy conversation too, where like, I think that like being on a vegan diet is like fine. I think that that's like an ethical thing to do. I think it's like more ethical than most other diets, but there are a lot of people, and that is another conversation that should be had around like the moralization of veganism, that like that moralization becomes a part of a lot of people's eating disorders. Not necessarily everyone, but like there are a lot of people who stick up to vegan diets as a manifestation of their eating disorder, and they use the like moralized arguments around veganism as a way to like, again, categorize their own food intake and say like, this is a good food to eat, this is a bad food to eat. And especially if you already have disordered eating patterns, categorizing your food in that way it can be very unhealthy. And so yeah, I think maybe that has something to do with her diet, that she can justify it by being like, well, no, I'm not avoiding eating, I'm just eating a vegan diet, which requires me to avoid specific foods. But it's like, well, but if you're still, I mean, you have the money and the resources, that you probably still should be able to consume a vegan diet while maintaining a certain level of caloric intake. But either way, she is creating this dichotomy of like, I was unhealthy before when I was a little bit bigger, which she was never that fucking big, but when she wasn't as thin as she currently is, she can say that that was the unhealthiest version of her, and maybe in some ways, maybe there were aspects of her life that were less healthy, but the current version of her, and I'm not being dramatic in saying this, I mean, I've thought about it and I'm like, am I being dramatic about this? And I really don't think I am. The current version of her looks like she's about to die. That's not good. And I don't like the way that she put this video out there, because her fans continuously use it as a way to be like, stop talking about her body. She said that she's healthier than she was before, so just take what she says and go. And like, I can't at a certain point, because she fucking looks like she's about to die. And then the other thing people will keep bringing up is Chadwick Boseman, and how people made fun of Chadwick Boseman for being so thin, and then he died right afterward. And didn't we all feel so bad for that? When Chadwick Boseman revealed he has cancer, he opened up about how the media made fun of him day and night about being skinny, with vile comments. The girl could be severely sick but trying her best. Stop assuming shit when you don't know these people behind your screen. And like, okay, yeah, people shouldn't be making fun of her. People shouldn't be making like really tasteless jokes about the way that she currently looks. But if you're comparing her to Chadwick Boseman, you are making the argument that she is currently dying. And at that point, I don't know how we just ignore that, especially when she's on tour. That's the thing for me that's like, that separates it from a lot of other situations where it's like, okay, if this was just something that she was dealing with privately, that she was just at home with an eating disorder, wasting away, it's like, well, what the fuck? What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to say? But it's like when she's on tour and she's out in front of people, number one, it becomes a point where to ignore it in conversation with one another, not necessarily even trying to bring it to her attention, but just when we're talking about her, to ignore it at some point becomes normalization. It becomes a thing of like, let's pretend we don't know. Let's pretend we have no idea that something is going on with her when it's just so blatantly evident. And then that adds to this idea that like being of a certain weight, being so like, it adds to this narrative that she possibly could be healthy while looking the way that she does, and she just couldn't. And then also, where I really don't get it, especially with her being on tour, it's gonna get worse. This is night 1 of a 41-night show. I am worried at this point that she's not going to make it to the end of the tour. And I don't just mean that the tour is going to get canceled. I mean she is not going to make it. Karen Carpenter died when she was 32. Ariana Grande is 32. And that doesn't mean that she's going to die at the exact same age as Karen Carpenter, but like, I think we have this idea that she's so young and she is so much ahead of her. She has the Fokker-in-Law movie coming out. She has some other movies in line. She has a new album coming out. She has this tour. We kind of think that like Ariana Grande couldn't die right now. That's not a thing that could happen. She's too young to die. But Karen Carpenter was not too young. This is the exact age that Karen Carpenter died. And I don't know what is to be done about that, because I don't think it's like fans can't like stop the tour themselves. I mean, I would feel weird at this point if I had tickets to go see her, because it would just feel like I'm funding her death. But I don't know. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Even if you try to, I don't think you can even get refunds for the tickets, but even if you could, they'd just be bought by somebody else because she's Ariana Grande. She's the biggest artist in the world. Like, not the biggest, but one of the biggest. The seats are going to get filled by someone. What are we supposed to do? There's nothing that we as fans can do, but it still just feels so gross to watch this when she so clearly needs help. And I don't know, it's like maybe there can be some pressure put onto the people around her. Like at this point, I don't know. I'm like, at this point, how complicit is everyone in this? How complicit are the venues? How complicit is Ticketmaster? How complicit is Live Nation? How complicit is her fucking family? Like, who has the power to stop this, and why aren't they doing it? And maybe they are behind the scenes. I don't know. Maybe there are people that are trying to help, but it's just like, how did we get to this point where she's on this stage? I don't know. I agree with this person. They said not to add to the discourse, but do Ariana Grande stans who defend her weight understand it doesn't come from shaming, it comes from concern. Regardless of it's an ED, chronic illness, etc., there is no way that low of a weight is healthy on her heart. I'm really concerned for her. I understand being defensive about claiming she has an ED when none of us know her, but what many of you fail to realize is regardless of what it is going on, being that low of a weight is not sustainable long term. Her heart can and will give out and stop one day if this continues. And it really breaks my heart for her, and it makes me so scared as someone who does love her. I've had a cousin die from heart failure from being underweight, so I know how serious this actually is, unlike some of you. I hope she gets the help she needs very soon because it's breaking my heart watching her like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, people are posting, I've seen multiple people posting this clip of Swiftologist, which I disagree with a lot of what he's saying here, but like even then, I think that he had more reason to say this. This was from when she was doing like the Wicked press tour, and I think there was more reason to be defensive of what's happening then, because it's like, well, she was just doing the press tour. Even then, I thought it was crazy. Even then, her and Cynthia both were very small. They were crying during so many interviews that I just felt like someone who was manning all the promo stuff for Wicked should have stepped in and said like, hey, let's just give these two a break. Like, let's not put them onto as many red carpets. Let's not put them into any more like press junkets. It just seems irresponsible to have these two working so often when it seems like they don't have energy to complete a press tour like that. So I already thought that like the situation was kind of dangerous then and someone should have been stepping in, but at least then it was just the fucking press tour. Now it's an actual like tour where she's dancing and stuff. But here's what they have to say.
Ariana Grande is actually the victim of a lot of different kinds of these things. I also found the really obsessive commentary on her body to be insane, because it was coming from a place where people had deluded themselves into thinking that it was like the morally woke or right thing to be zooming in on her body and saying she has an eating disorder. Look at this eating disorder. And then going on and on and on about how, you know, really interrogating her body and her choices in a way that actually isn't helpful and doesn't dispel the things that you're trying to dispel. You're saying don't glamorize thinness. You're saying don't put this pressure on other people to be thin. And it's like, well, then why are you zooming in on pictures of her body and pointing at all of her bones? That doesn't seem like the way to address this goal you claim to have.
No, exactly. I feel the same way. And it's like that conversation is really nuanced right now. And I feel like people don't understand where the line is. You know, there's people who say, well, you know, we need to have this conversation because what's going on with body image right now isn't normal. But you don't need to zoom in on specifically Ariana Grande or any other woman's body and point out the issues with it, babe.
You don't need a case study. You don't need a case study.
And I do think that's true of like, if we're framing this from the conversation of just talking about eating disorders in general and the rise of eating disorders in the current moment, sure, we don't need a case study for Ariana Grande, but if we're framing this from like, if you're looking specifically at Ariana Grande, especially if you're a fan, if you're an Ariana Grande stan and you're watching her doing these red carpets and you're watching her doing these live performances and these music videos, at some point, the weight does become kind of relevant to you, you know? Maybe she shouldn't be the case study for all eating disorders, and I definitely don't think that we should be saddling Ariana with that. I don't think we should be acting like Ariana is going to be a cause of eating disorders being on the rise or whatever. But again, if you're specifically looking at Ariana Grande and you're having a conversation about Ariana Grande, at a certain point, her weight has to become relevant because it's happening right in front of us. We can't just ignore what's happening right in front of us just because it's impolite.
You can talk about it without that.
Doing that. You can talk about the Ozempic thing. You can talk about eating disorder Twitter and all this other stuff and all these harmful things that are going on social media to young girls right now without zooming in on somebody's body like that. You wouldn't like it if somebody did it to you. Can you imagine if somebody had a picture of you and was zooming in on everything and circling it and saying this is wrong?
And
that's helpful.
But it's not just about saying this is wrong from like a moral stance. There comes a point where you have to tell other people like, hey, if your body gets to this size, you're close to death. That is something that people should know. Because there are a lot of fans right now that want to see what's happening with her body as something that could ever be normal, and it just couldn't.
What you're trying to do is wear a pretty dress and show up to promote your movie, and then
Right.
all of this starts happening and it won't stop.
But that's the thing too, is like, okay, but who is putting her on those red carpets? Let's not act like Ariana Grande was just completely minding her own business. This is a business. This is something that other people are making money off of. Other people are making money off of her showing up to these red carpets in these dresses. And I agree that like the amount of publicity and the amount of scrutiny that Ariana's body is under is not healthy for her. Like the amount, I mean, if she was watching this stream right now, I would never want Ariana to watch this stream because I don't think the amount that I'm talking about her body would necessarily be helpful for her. But number one, I'm not talking to Ariana. I'm talking to it's the 68 concurrent viewers currently. None of which I assume are Ariana Grande. Like, at some point, we do have to have conversations amongst ourselves, and it sucks if sometimes Ariana or whoever else sees these conversations and it hurts them and maybe even makes their conditions worse. But for the health of our society, we do need to kind of have these conversations to remind each other that certain things aren't normal. Ignoring these issues over and over and over again because we don't want to hurt the specific celebrity involved, that adds to a normalization society-wide. But then even beyond that, it's like we have to remember that Ariana Grande isn't ending up in these positions on accident. And I'm not even blaming her for that. We need to at some point start questioning and start pointing fingers at the people who are making her as public as she is. The people who are telling her she needs to go promote the movie. The people who are allowing her to be on stage in front of all these people. Because if the scrutiny isn't good for her, then where are the people around her? Where are the people that are employing her deciding that this isn't healthy and that she needs to take a break? Like, why is no one, and I don't know, I guess again, it's like, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I don't know if there are people trying to encourage her and she's just saying like, no, I'm gonna do it anyway. But like, I don't know, at a certain point, like, I don't want to point the finger at any specific people, but I'm like, if you're a fucking dancer on her team, at what point do you just say, Ariana, I can't go on stage with you looking like this, it's scaring me? At what point does her team just say, no more? We can't support you while this is happening. We think you're about to die.
So no matter where you go, every time she steps out of her house, this is going to start happening to her.
But it's not no matter where she goes. She's going specific places. She is going places that make other people money. She's not just stepping outside of her house. She is getting dressed up by stylists. She is getting dressed up by her fucking management, by the studio that was releasing Wicked. She is getting put in a car and taken to a red carpet or taken to an interview. This is not just like Ariana Grande is walking down the street and paparazzi are taking photos and we're scrutinizing those photos. This is a position that other people allowed her to be in. That other people probably pushed her to be in because they wanted her to promote the movie.
It's like, that is bullying to me. This is just like, it's large global bullying. And I think it's really wrong. And I don't think it's fair to make someone be the moral whipping person of an issue that you have found with the culture.
And I agree with that. I don't think Ariana Grande should be a whipping person for a moral issue with the entire culture. But I think at a certain point, if you care about Ariana Grande, you have to care about Ariana Grande enough to say that this is scary. This isn't just about chastising her. This is about being fucking scared for her. And I know some people will be like, oh, none of you are actually scared for her. If you were actually scared for her, you would be doing blah, 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 blah. You would be ignoring the issue. You would be ignoring it because you know that wouldn't be helpful for her. There's a lot of people, again, I said, there's a lot of other celebrities that I also think are getting dangerously thin that I'm not fucking bringing this issue up about. But I am specifically bringing it up about Ariana Grande because I think Ariana Grande is a little further gone than those people. Ariana Grande is in dire need of help right now.
It's not like Ariana's the only person that is doing that or looks like that. And also, like, just from...
she's not the only person, but she's a very public person and she's smaller than anyone else that I can think of personally.
My personal opinion, which doesn't matter because it doesn't, like, affect anything, and I shouldn't have the compulsion to share this opinion, but this is the context. when I look at someone like that, or I see someone that I think might be struggling with an eating disorder, my first thought is, that is really sad. And my second thought is, it's none of my business. My third thought...
That is just, and I get it. I get, again, like, there is a division with fans and with celebrities where it's like, maybe it is none of our business. But if you care about Ariana Grande, if you have, like, a parasocial relationship with her, which a lot of people do, of course you fucking care. Of course it kind of is your business, because it is something you feel kind of invested in. This is the thing, is like, and this is something we only really think about weight in a way, especially people being really thin. You're like, oh, it's none of my business. Yes, she looks like she's dying. Yeah, she looks like she's about to, like, fall over and die. But you know what? None of my business, has nothing to do with me. I guarantee you, if we had fucking video footage of, like, Taylor Swift shooting up heroin over and over again, we had repeated footage where it's like, okay, I think there's enough evidence at this point that Taylor Swift might be a heroin addict. Do you think Swiftologist would just be completely like, you know what, none of my business, I'm not going to comment on it? Do you think he would completely ignore the issue? Do you think that he would be like, you know what, that's not polite, addiction is a disease, and she has to fight this on her own? No, you would at least talk about it, at least amongst other Swifties. You would at least have a conversation about, like, hey, are we watching our fave die right now? You'd talk about it if it wasn't about her weight specifically, if it was about another thing that is, like, visibly harmful to her. You would feel okay voicing those concerns.
Is not, I want to go on TikTok and make a video talking about how I think this is really sad and pathetic and who's going to help her and blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's not, my empathy actually goes to a place of, I think whatever's going on is an issue, and it's her issue to have, and it's her issue to deal with.
It's just so sad. And again, like, I understand that ultimately this is Ariana's issue, but I just can't imagine having such a, like, individualistic thinking thing where it's like, the people who are struggling, that's none of my business. Everyone who's ever struggled with anything, that's on them. Good luck. I don't know.
And I don't know her.
No, exactly. And it's not my place. Again, it is never anybody's place to make comments, unwarranted comments on other people's bodies, whether it's a positive comment or a negative comment. It's not, you can't be pointing out these things about people's bodies like that, especially not the way that you're doing them. The way that people treat celebrity women's bodies is, it's public property, essentially. And I think it's sick. I hate it when it gets dressed up in these wokeness points, in these, like, moral grandstanding. I'm like, you're doing something so evil to try and act as though you are morally superior to everyone else. And
I don't care about my moral superiority. That's not an issue here. My issue is, like, I think Ariana Grande is about to die and I want to talk about it. Like, at what point do you earn the right to care that someone is dying in front of you? Someone that you care about, someone that you're a fan of, even if you don't know them personally. I think we all have the right to say, this is sad. This is scary. If anything, like, I don't know how much good it's going to do for Ariana's situation. I think at best, maybe some of the online discourse and some of the concerns from fans will pressure some of the people around her to take it more seriously. Like, and I do think that is where conversations need to move. I do think at some point we need to start really talking about all of the people that are making money off of her not taking care of herself. All the people that are going to benefit financially from this tour going forward, even if she doesn't survive it. Because I think that's the only way that anything's ever going to get done, is if those people feel some sort of incentive to be like, oh, I actually maybe should start caring about her as a person a little bit, or pretend that I do, and not allow this tour to go forward, because I think that is really it. It's like, I just can't imagine 40 more shows. $40 more fucking shows. And I'm also seeing this, and again, it's like, okay, there's the conversation about like what can be done to help Ariana. From the fans' perspective, not a whole lot, except for maybe putting pressure onto the people around her to do something. The second conversation is like, no matter what happens to Ariana, we all need to be clear that we see what's happening. For our own sake. For the sake of, like, the health of our society. We all need to at least acknowledge that we know that what's happening with Ariana should not be normal. So the conversation, I think, does just start... It needs to happen regardless, because we all need to be on the same page of, like, hey, this shouldn't be happening. But because this discourse is already happening, there is a sizable amount of her fan base that still wants to defend it, and defending it by doing things that is, like, actively harmful toward a lot of people's understandings of eating disorders and how they affect your body. Not just eating disorders specifically, but, like, malnourishment in general. Like, again, you fucking need food to live. You need it. But then there are people saying, if doing 41 shows, which she's only done one so far, so we'll see if she makes it to the end of the 41. If doing 41 shows, belting high songs, singing in midair, and dancing in 7 to 8 inch heels is your definition of unhealthy, then you are dumb as fuck. I have yet to see anyone give this kind of energy to male artists. Stop talking shit about Ariana's body. I swear to God, y'all are so irritating. This idea that, like, because she's able to sustain a certain amount of energy currently means that she couldn't be struggling. That is very dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous to think that, oh, on a happier note, Trump was booed at the game. That's nice. I'm glad. But it is incredibly dangerous to think that, like, these health effects from eating disorders show up right away. They don't. And in fact, that's a thing. A lot of people with eating disorders, with anorexia, do a fuck ton of cardio. They're on the treadmill every goddamn day, and they can do that for a while. But the more and more damage that you do to your organs, the more that is going to show up later in life, even if you recover. And that's the thing that's shitty. And I don't want to, like, encourage anyone to not recover. But if you've gone for years with an eating disorder, even if you do recover, you're probably still going to have some long-term gastrointestinal issues. It is just a thing, and the issue is going to get worse the further you go into it. It is a disease. I mean, eating disorders fucking kill people more than any other mental illness. For a reason. Because, again, you fucking need food. You need it. But here, if we want to do these comparisons with other pop stars, and we always want to bring Taylor Swift into every conversation, here's Taylor Swift talking about how her eating disorder... Oh shit, is that the wrong? How her eating disorder affected her while she was performing, and I think you could go back to a lot of those performances and say that she had plenty of energy in that time.
I thought that I was just, like, supposed to feel like I was going to pass out at the end of a show or in the middle of it. I thought that was how it was. And now I realize, no, if you eat food, have energy, get stronger, you can do all these shows and not feel it. Which is really good revelation, because I'm a lot happier with who I am, and I'm happier with, like, I don't care as much if, like, somebody points out that I have gained weight. It's just something that makes my life better. The fact that I'm a size 6 instead of a size 00.
Does Taylor Swift look that... I mean, her body is very thin there. I think she did look pretty unhealthy, but, like, did she look like... I mean, she's not even as thin as Ariana is. Ariana really does look like she's about to fucking die. But, like, you can see she has energy. She's able to complete these shows. And she was starving herself. So I think we do need to have just at least a public acknowledgement of like, yeah, what's happening with Ariana Grande right now is scary, and someone who's close to her, someone who loves her, really should step in and do something, but maybe they're not going to, but we all at least need to be clear on the issue. That being said, the way that some of her fucking fans are talking about this and the way that they've chosen to criticize her over it is also not helpful to anybody. So like, oh shit, did they already delete this? God damn it. Do I still have the quote tweet? Oh yeah. They're taking photos of her standing. She has, one of her dancers is a little bit bigger. And so they're taking photos of her standing next to that dancer and being like, she did that on purpose. She hired that dancer intentionally as like a body checking thing. And that's a thing too, where like a lot of people are pointing out ways that Ariana has like been body checking. And I'm mixed on it, because I think that it maybe is helpful to some people to understand body checking and like the dangers of it and the red flag that it is. At the same time, as much as I do think Ariana probably does have an eating disorder, I don't know that for sure. It could be something else. It could be some other health issue that she's just deciding to power through for this tour for some fucking reason. I don't think that's a good idea. And I wish, if she has some sort of other illness, I wish she would kind of say that so that fans would stop trying to act like she's healthy. But okay, maybe there's something else going on. I think we should at least acknowledge that before we try to like psychoanalyze her in every single thing that she does to say that she's body checking or she's getting a bigger dancer on purpose for her own, to stroke her own eating disorder. That I think is crossing a line a little bit. I think it depends specifically on the conversation, but like when you're doing stuff that's like just so specifically accusatory toward her, that I don't think is incredible. Not the best way to handle it. And then there's also just other stuff with her fans and the way that they're talking about the live show, where just unnecessarily harsh. And some of it I understand just from a fan perspective of you maybe have certain expectations that aren't met. Specifically, before the show happened, there was a rumor that it was going to be a 2-hour and 30-minute show, which it was not. It was like an hour and 45 minutes, which is still fairly long-ish. It's a little under 2 hours, but then people were upset. They were like, oh my god, it was so much shorter than I thought it was going to be. It's like, okay, well, not everyone can do. I mean, she's physically incapable of doing the kind of 3-hour show that Taylor Swift did. Taylor Swift gained a fuck ton of weight. Not like a fuck ton. I don't want to make it sound like that, but like Taylor Swift is now at like a healthy weight, and that is how she was able to accomplish a 3-hour show. I don't think Ariana could get through a 2.5-hour show at this point. I mean, maybe right now she could, but I don't know that she can do that for 41 shows. I don't know that she can do this show for 41 shows. People were also upset about the fact that there was no sweetener, which I do understand. There was very little Chromatica played during the Mayhem Ball tour, and that's just a petty fan complaint of like, fuck, she didn't play any of the songs from my favorite album, blah, blah, blah. I get that. And then there's a lot of people just saying that she doesn't have a lot of energy on stage, and she doesn't really seem like she wants to be there. So they said, when I was watching this live, I was like, it's giving I already announced a tour, so I might as well go through with it to make them happy after this. They are never seeing me again. When she came out with a bun, that was my confirmation that her heart was not in it anymore. And I don't think that's totally fair. I kind of get it. Like, she does seem lower energy than before, but I think that maybe is for a particular reason. I don't think it's because she's not into it anymore. Maybe, but I think there's another like physical reason that she can't put on the kinds of performances she used to be able to. The people are saying she lost the sauce. It's all gone. The confidence, the cuntiness, the bad bitch energy, the pop star spirit, it's all gone. Glinda took it all away. Of course, it's Glinda's fault. And all she has now is her amazing voice. She's Ariana Grande in name, not spirit. Like, okay. Your girl does look like she's about to die. So to say that she's just lost the sauce, I think is really kind of missing the point, and it seems incredibly unsympathetic. Because what we're witnessing here is probably more of like a medical emergency, not like a pop star losing her cuntiness emergency. It does feel like for a lot of fans, it is just kind of about that. It's about the pop star persona and her ability to maintain a certain level of performance, and not about like her physical abilities. And that's just kind of gross to me. And yeah, her fans are just like kind of mean. I agree with this person.
Talk about Ariana on here because I feel like everyone's gonna get me. But something needs to be said, and if it needs to be said by me, then I'll just say, you guys don't fucking like her. I think this is something to be said about all women that people see online. I think you're like under spells, because I heard the craziest, no offense, craziest remix to Hate That I Made You Love Me, and it was like a trap remix. It sounded crazy. And all the comments were like, why doesn't she do this? Like, you guys are under spells. I think you only liked Thank You Next, and that's okay, girl. But like, and listen, I've been around the block, I've been an RNator for a long time, we know that. And I've seen this happen over and over. This is not a new thing. Everything she does, her fans are like, ugh, why didn't she just do this? Oh my god, she'd look so much better if she did this with her makeup. You're entitled to your own opinion on like what songs of hers are the best and like what makeup looks best on her, but literally shut the fuck up. The way that people on this app, but all apps, literally get so excited to tear down a woman for anything, big or small, like people love it. The way that people are reacting to that song though is just outrageous. Like, it's so boring. Okay, skip it, you dumb bitch. You're not gonna skip it though, because I think you're lying. Like, I literally don't believe these people, by the way. Because like, y'all are gonna talk a lot of shit, but that song is still gonna get probably 1 billion streams. Be nicer. Be nicer, people. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, they are mean to her. And I honestly think that that's where some of the defensiveness about, like, don't comment on her body comes from. Because even though I do think that there are a lot of people, there's a growing amount of people who are literally just concerned and scared for her. And, like, also scared for, like, the normalization of disordered eating habits and the normalization of, like, a malnourished body. There are people who are, like, legitimately concerned, but there's also just so much of the fucking Ariana Grande fandom that is just so mean to her that maybe there is just a little bit of a defensiveness from the ones that are nicer, that they think that if you're saying anything about her body, you're automatically adding to the unnecessary scrutiny. But it's like, well, two things can be true at once. Some of the comments people make about Ariana Grande's body is fucked and mean and unnecessary. And some of the other comments people make about Ariana's body is from a genuine place of concern, and, you know, maybe those two things sometimes get a little too close for comfort. But we can have one without the other. But, and I've seen many people bring it up in the chat throughout this show. I did already know about this because this happened like right before the stream started, so I did put it in my notes, but Ariana Grande and Ethan Slayyyter have broken up according to TMZ, which I'm not shocked. And I think it maybe would even explain how she's lost so much more weight since even the last time we've seen her, though I don't know. I mean, she was already very thin. It's maybe just something that, like, when you see her doing those specific moves that you realize how bad it's gotten, but I think she maybe has lost a little bit more weight since then. She's probably not in a great place. I don't know exactly when they broke up, but I remember there being some rumors back in December that it seemed like they kind of dispelled, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were on and off for a while, and maybe just now. Let's see what TMZ says. They've been broken up for several months. The split is amicable and the two still remain friends and are very supportive of one another. We told they gave the breakup careful consideration, but ultimately decided to end the romantic relationship. Our sources tell us Ariana's new album was not inspired by the breakup, nor is the music about her relationship with Ethan. Blah, blah, I don't care. And you know, call me traditional, but I think that, like, if you leave your wife who just had a traumatic pregnancy and gave birth to your first child, if you leave her right after your baby is born to be with a pop star that you met on the set of a movie, you have to stay with a pop star for at least 5 years. It's just like basic common decency.
Nick frankly can suck my fucking toe.
And that sucks. I mean, going through a breakup, on tour, clearly not in a good place. I think she just needs a break. And to be honest, it's like some of the people defending her at this point, I really don't understand the people who are being like, oh, this is, you guys didn't learn anything from Chadwick Boseman, because that's where I'm like, you're admitting that she's dying. Because Chadwick Boseman died. You're admitting that she's dying, but you want everyone to shut up about it for what? Because you want to enjoy the concert? Because it's too much of a bummer for you to think about while you're streaming her new album? Like, at some point, I do feel like it becomes a kind of selfish thing for fans to not talk about, because it feels like you just don't want to admit that maybe your money is going toward a situation that's actually pretty bleak. And I don't blame fans for, I mean, I'm for sure going to stream the album. I'm very excited to stream the album because I really like that lead single. And I don't blame anyone for going to the concert, because I think she hasn't toured for 7 years. It's exciting. And again, it's like, what are you going to do? Even if you try to get rid of your ticket, someone else is just going to buy it. Someone's going to go to the tour. Someone's going to fund it. Might as well be you in the arena. Especially because, like, who knows if there will be another tour at this point. But then I'm like, I don't know, dude, because I think the chances of her surviving the tour is like over 50%, maybe. I don't think that the risk of her dying is that high, that it's like a guaranteed thing. But I think it's too high to risk it. And there's nothing the fans can do about that, because the tour is going to go on whether they go see the show or not. But it's like the chances of her collapsing on stage is getting higher every show. Every show that she exerts more and more energy, the risk of her not being able to get through one show increases. And what happens after that? Do you want to be in the room when it happens? I don't know. I hope they cancel. It's a terrible thing to say, because she's a great performer. And I think that that's the thing that is such a shame about this. Is like, there was so much about that tour that was really exciting and really cool. And like, she sounds great. And if you're a huge fan, you haven't seen her for years, it would be so exciting to go. There are so many things that I would rather be talking about. There are so many things that I would rather be like celebrating about her and her work and her tour. And I also understand that I think fans are kind of frustrated, especially when it comes to a woman, where it's like, she's worked so hard, she's put in so much effort, and it sucks that the conversation has to immediately default back to her body. We are sick of talking about women's bodies, but it's like, at this point, her body is the thing that carries her around. You live out of your body. It's not just a small thing that her body is withering away. It's kind of a big deal. So it sucks. It sucks to say that, like, they should cancel the rest of this tour. But I do think that is where we're at. I don't think that she's well enough to be on stage right now. And maybe she'll tour again someday. But I think the most important thing is making sure that that's an option. That there is a someday. I don't know, man. The show runs up until September 1st. And I hope she makes it that long. That's really all I can say. Let's take a puppy break for a second. I'll be right back. we're back. I did find some videos of Trump getting booed that I thought we could watch together as a secondary palate cleanser. Oh, shit. That's wonderful. You love to see the spirit, though I do worry that he's gonna like bomb a country after this, just to get back at New York City. There's another clip. Oh, he looks so unassuming.
And bright stars through the perilous fights.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Well, that's somewhat heartwarming. Though again, he'll probably retaliate against another country or something tomorrow. And then another kind of bummer news, just to like remind us, because I think that parasocial relationships get a bad rap some of the time. Like sometimes our conversations about parasocial relationships just feel like a way for us to demonize having empathy for other people and feeling connected to other people. But of course, they can be very bad. They can be very destructive. And Sabrina Carpenter right now has a stalker who has come to her house multiple times and was caught on her Ring camera. That's him on the Ring camera. So if you see that man, keep him away from Ariana Grande, or from Sabrina Carpenter.
The pop singer, against 31-year-old William Applegate. This is the guy, allegedly, that you're going to see on your screen in this doorbell camera. That's because he is accused of, on May 23rd, going to the pop singer's home through trespassing through a neighbor's yard, trying to go in through the front door, allegedly grabbing the door handle, forcefully trying to go inside of her home. Then a security team comes out, confronts the man. Applegate says that he presents himself like he knows Carpenter, that he is going to meet her. They try to turn him away forcefully, but he won't leave the premises until the police are called. He's then escorted off the property, comes back the next day on May 24th, where the same pattern emerges. He's confronted by that security team, leaves the premises, then comes back even again the next day on the 25th, where he's then escorted away by police once again. We're reading some...
Doesn't she live in, like, it says she's in Hollywood Hills. Isn't that like a gated community? How does he keep getting into the community even? I guess it's not that hard. Just hop a fence or something. But yeah, very scary. So parasocial relationships can be very, very bad. Though I think this is beyond just a parasocial relationship. I would assume this man is probably some sort of a mental illness that is contributing here. But yeah, definitely there should be some boundaries. No matter how concerned you are about Ariana Grande, do not go to her house. Ever. Unless she invites you, but she won't. Now, someone who was on tour recently and now is not, for reasons I honestly, like, I have been a huge M.I.A. fan, or I had been for many years. Haven't been super thrilled with some of her recent decisions. Haven't been paying much attention to her on purpose because it makes me sad. Haven't listened to that new album at all because I'm worried that I will like it. But any issues I have with M.I.A. aside, I do think she kind of got fucked over by this Kid Cudi situation, because she was on tour with Kid Cudi. She was the opening act. And then she had said something during one of the shows while she was like doing a little DJ thing. She said something about how she couldn't do the song illegal. I'll have her explain it in a second. But like, people freaked out. Kid Cudi kicked her off the tour. She didn't actually even say anything bad or like that objectionable. It seems like it was more of like a reputation thing if people think that because she has taken somewhat of a MAGA turn, though she denies that she was saying something about illegal immigrants that was explicitly negative, even though she herself is an immigrant, not to the U.S., but to, she was in the U.S. on a visa, or I guess she wasn't, she got I don't even know, there was something with her visa situation, but like, she is an immigrant to the UK, to many places, she's been an immigrant in many places, so that is one thing about M.I.A, she has never been anti-immigrant, but people just kind of assumed that she was because she said the word illegal on stage. It was a whole mess. She is now suing Kid Cudi for $2.8 million after being removed from his tour. She said her legal team claims Kid Cudi's termination of her performance agreement was a desperate attempt to sell tickets for his tour that was drastically underselling. Now, I don't know what case she has legally. I don't know what like her contract said, but I do think she was done kind of dirty here, which she talked about on an episode of Popcast recently, which I watched. I watched half of it by myself, then I made my husband watch the entire thing with me because I didn't want to watch it by myself anymore. I needed another person to process the information with me because I was getting too sad. But here she is talking about Kid Cudi.
Most recently, you were in the news as the opener for the Kid Cudi tour.
So we're just going to jump straight into it.
Yeah,
then.
why not?
I just figured
Why
let's
waste
clear
time?
the air. Let's clear the air.
You two were, I think, kin in this blog era that I was talking about, came up around the same scenes, around the same time, and it seemed like it was going to be this great moment of coming together for perhaps a new generation of fan. You were fired from the tour after what Cudi called some complaints from his fans about your between song banter.
Being M.I.A.
Have you
I'm gonna put this on 1.5 speed.
spoken to Kid Cudi?
No.
And do you think you will?
He didn't even speak to me about it. He never talked to me. He never called out.
Are you open to that conversation?
And that's fucked. Like, to have someone on your tour and then not have the decency, I'm gonna put it on 1.25 actually. To have someone on the tour and then not have the decency to talk to them in person while you're kicking them off, or at least like text her or something, it is just kind of fucked up because she didn't do anything wrong in that moment. Her politics have gotten fucked up and weird over the last few years, but like Kid Cudi knew that when he put her on the tour in the first place, or he should have looked it up. But like, in that moment, she didn't actually do anything wrong, so I don't know how you punish her for that.
He didn't call my management. He didn't call me. He didn't talk to the crew. And I even made an effort to go to talk to him, and he didn't see me, and yeah, it was kind of like crazy. And then my son is like, hey, I heard you're not on the tour. And I'm like waking up the next morning.
That's how you found out?
That's how I found out, like from a different state. My son called me from school and he's like, oh, I guess you're coming home. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he sent me the post.
Wow.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about what was happening on that tour in the lead up to the moment that went viral?
Honestly speaking, I don't know, because I have a song called Illegal.
Sure.
On the M.I.A. record.
Yeah.
Which is the third one.
Right.
But on the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one, like I always talk about it,
About immigration.
About immigration.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like that Paper Planes is like talking about it. And I'm in a country where everyone's a freaking immigrant, honestly, But I don't know. I think that Cudi fans didn't know my songs. And that when I said, because I designed a new
welcome, beautiful
show
fairy princess,
where I'm in control of the songs. So I could just play through them. It's sort of like a DJ stroke something else. But I didn't want to be like boring and have a playback that you kind of like sing to.
Right.
You know? So I want it to be much more interactive, like how I used to do my shows. And so I was skipping through them, like bring the noise. No, you can't do that. No, it's like, we can't do bring the noise. Because, I tell you why I was saying that is because there was a timer on the side of the stage.
For the whole set.
You knew
For
how
the whole,
much time you had left.
yeah, and the night before
I have that right over there.
Yeah, exactly. So that was something I had to get used to because usually I headline and it's the first time I had to be on like a time thing. I got one last song and I was like, can't do Bring the Noise, can't do Born Free, can't do da-da-da. And I was skipping through them, but really I was just sort of playing them 10 seconds each because I only had time to do Paper Planes.
Right. So you wanted to just get ahead to Paper
Yeah,
Planes.
so I was just skipping through my songs and then going to play Paper Planes. But when I got to Illegal, which is my favorite song, by the way, like no matter what anyone thinks, and if illegal is a controversial word now in America, which we'll get into right now, Illegal is one of my favorite songs just because the pace of it and it puts me somewhere. So I was like, we can't do that, but we can do Tequila. And then I played Tequila. But I think people thought we can't do illegals. And I said, some of you might be, but the whole song's chorus saying, I'm illegal.
Can't do illegal. There's some of you could be in the audience.
Let's take it back to even before the tour starts. Why did you decide or agree to?
Yeah, so like, even from the clips that we watched, because we talked about this before, like the 3 weeks ago, the last time we did the Pop Girly News thing, like even from the clips that I saw, I was like, well, I don't think she's actually saying anything about like negative toward immigrants or anything. She's just referencing her own song, and then she said something about like some of you might be illegal, which I think like using the word illegal is sensitive for some people, but like again she was also referring to herself as illegal, so like it wasn't actually anti-immigration. But I think, and they kind of get to it here as they go on, that because she has had a reputation in these last few years for being kind of MAGA aligned, which she is, and she kind of like, she tries to push back on it throughout this interview. It doesn't really work, but she tries to push back on the idea that she's MAGA. And it's just sort of plainly true that, like, she did tweet things that was, at the very least, if not pro-Donald Trump, pro-RFK Jr. So I think a lot of people just have an idea of her politics at this point, that as soon as she said the word illegal, they immediately thought that she was going on, like, a MAGA rant, which she just wasn't. Not in that moment. In other moments, maybe, but in that moment, she was not. So it does seem like a misunderstanding, but it is confusing, the fact that Kid Cudi decided to have her on as his opening in the first place. Now, throughout this entire interview, I watched the entire thing twice, 1.5 times, because I have not wanted to look directly at the wreckage of M.I.A.'s career over these last few years, because I was a big fan. It is just sad to me. I don't need to see her on Candace Owens. I don't need to see any of this other shit. I know that she's lost her fucking mind. But this is like, well, it's the Popcast. I do watch Popcast interviews a lot of the time, and I also, I think that they're good interviewers. So I was just kind of curious about, like, what are they going to get out of her? Especially compared to, like, Candace Owens or some other, like, right-winger or something, where they aren't going to push back on her. It's like, let me watch the interview and see what this is. And I was just sad throughout the entire thing. She's incredibly evasive throughout the interview, and I don't even know that she's intending to be, but it's like her thoughts are just so disorganized. Throughout the entire thing, I was like, is she actually in religious psychosis? Because that's a word that gets thrown around a lot. That's like a diagnosis that, people on the internet will just lobby at people sometimes. And maybe it applies to M.I.A., maybe it doesn't. And then there came a moment there were multiple moments throughout the interview where I was like, oh, she is definitely on a spectrum of religious psychosis, maybe. She is clearly under the impression that, like, God is speaking to her in some way, that maybe she even considers herself Christ-like in some ways. And then this to me was where it really, really sealed the deal of like, oh no. She's really lost it.
So my dad started the revolution when I was born. I was 6 months old. But if you pull back time, I feel like my family has like some weird connection to Egypt and has like Egyptian connection somehow, you know? And
because you feel drawn to it as a place and a culture?
Yeah, but I also have like, sometimes I get like stigmata, which is hard for people to digest because this is the first time they're going to hear it. And musicians are not like this. So it's not something, but people who know me know that, you know, people in my life, personal life, know I'm like that.
What does that mean that you get stigmata sometimes? Could you
like
explain that?
Depending on what I'm going through. So when you get cancelled or the society's extremely like projecting something on you that you are not. But of course, it's a whirlwind of a thing, you know, and whatever that is the suppression, the intensity of that pressure does something to me. It's weird.
Physically.
Yes, and it's like God will show me the truth no matter what, you know, and you have a million people saying something at you, wanting you to believe a certain thing. And then God will come and challenge the million voices, you know, and every time it happens. So during that time, that's when I realized that I had this on my hand, which is the symbol of the Egyptian eye, you know, and that was like, okay, you are connected to some ancient
And you felt
African vibe.
that was a literal manifestation in your mind.
It was, because I'd never seen it before. But, you know, even if it didn't happen in that moment, it's like I had it all my life and never made sense and looked at my hand every day. But it's only in that moment, you know, the scales drop off and you see something that you hadn't seen before. And
so these are you're describing your moments of conversion, various
and it kind of like
spiritual-
snaps you out and it puts me on a different, you know, and it's the same. It's like, it's the same. Like, it's happened to me so many times, but those moments are born out of intense amount of societal pressure, you know?
So it sounds like so much of your life, especially in the last 2 decades, has been about pushing against these ideas.
Yeah, and oh no, she's jumping all around. We went from Egypt to stigmata. It reminds me of my own episode. Yeah, the entire interview is like that. And that's what I mean. It's like she keeps being kind of evasive whenever they ask her questions, especially about like her support of Trump and stuff. And parts of it, I'm like, maybe some of that is a little bit intentional, like she doesn't want to answer certain questions. But a lot of it, I'm like, I don't even think it's her purposefully trying to evade the question. It's like her thoughts are so disorganized that she can't even really wrap her mind around one particular question or one particular subject. It's just all this like mush inside of her brain. It comes out in these weird ways. It's the entire interview. I mean, Joe tries to ask her like over and over again about this one tweet that she put out, and she just keeps going off on these like weird side rants, and it's really hard to watch. Especially as someone who like I was such a huge fan of her for so long, and like she always had weird stuff. Like it's not like she's ever had a particularly coherent political identity, but this is just a different level. And yeah, it's sad. But speaking of the Popcast, they're gonna come up a few times throughout the rest of this stream, because they just keep getting these interviews. And it's something I do appreciate about them is like we've had a thing with podcasts recently where a lot of celebrities will go onto podcasts because it is just an easy way to be interviewed, because a lot of the podcasters don't want to push back on their celebrity interviewees and they don't want to ask them tough questions. And so I do very much appreciate the fact that the Popcast boys have started doing these interviews, and they are treating it like as journalists, and they're getting these celebrities to come on and actually answer the questions that a journalist would ask them. And here they are talking about the fact that like they have apparently had to turn down some A-list celebrity interviews because they wouldn't agree to let them actually interview them properly.
coming on our show, they're not going to get to approve questions. They're not going to get to approve photos, which most entertainment press does these days, period.
Yeah, whether they admit it or not.
Yeah, even
most
the good ones.
entertainment press that is well-regarded, A-list press, there are behind-the-scenes negotiations of approval. We do not engage with
So
that.
you're talking about Rolling Stone, or who you're talking about?
You'd have to ask those places. But
I don't. As a media reporter, Ben, you tell us.
but yeah, I think that there are any number of places that we're competing with that get to set the terms.
Get their terms set for them.
Yeah, that set terms with an artist, and we have canceled interviews the day before they happen when we're told you can't ask about X, Y, and Z, and we say we have the same rules that you artists have the same rules as Donald Trump when it comes to being interviewed by the New York Times. Like, would you like it if, the Trump administration or the Biden administration had final cut on everything you do or say in their presence? So all of which is to say, I think that us holding a line both ethically and critically allows us to be a platform that is taken more serious.
And kudos then to everyone who does go on their show and allows them to ask the questions they want to ask. Particularly, I'm gonna criticize Lizzo a little bit more not throughout the stream, but in this next segment. But I do just want to give her kudos up front for the fact that she went onto their podcast in the first place, but this moment really took me out.
I
was like, oh, Joe, the diva you are.
Promise to myself that from now on, I was only going to make music that could help people in a positive way. Signing a major label deal to make music that strokes my own ego isn't the point. If I want to stroke my own ego, I can be an indie artist. I was making $1 million on touring indie artists. I was good for the rest of my life. I have a loyal.
I don't even know what that means. If I wanted to stroke my own ego, I'd just be an indie artist. I don't think that's usually how that works. I think you want to be a mainstream artist because that's you stroking your own ego. But okay, fine, whatever.
Fan base. But in order to be a major artist or a pop star, what am I going to do with that responsibility? And I chose to only make positive music.
And it really worked for a while. You became this.
Excuse me?
We're gonna get into it.
For a while.
That's what I want to talk to you about. You became.
He said what he said, girl.
This symbol for people of all of these things: pro-black, pro-women, body positivity, etc. And then you've had a turbulent couple of years in the public eye as people tried to tear down, as we do to all of our celebrities, right? We build them up only to dismantle them. You've been the subject of litigation as a boss and a songwriter, some of which is ongoing, some of which has been thrown out. This really punctured, I think.
And I'm glad that he said that, some of which is ongoing. You keep trying to act like the entire thing has been thrown out, but that's not the case, girl. He's very good. Joe in particular, and like John is a good interviewer too, but I think Joe is very good at doing this thing of like saying something that the celebrity isn't going to be like so offended by and like will immediately want to push back on, but he is still kind of laying the groundwork for like a more critical conversation. It is good. He's good at it. And he also, listen, I will always respect Joe because he was really like one of the first journalists, him and this one other guy who also worked at the New York Times. It's the same guy, if you remember Trump in like his first candidacy when he was running for president the first time, he made fun of that reporter that was like disabled and he did the like, oh thing. I don't even like doing it, but that's what he did. The fucking president of the United States. That was the other reporter who was working on this piece with Joe. They put out like really the only thing at the time in 2016 that was critical of Britney Spears' conservatorship. They were like the only people like actually researching it and being like, some of this stuff is kind of weird. So like, Joe Coscarelli, you will always have my respect for that. You are that bitch for that.
This good vibes, inspirational character and persona that you were putting out into the world. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how that affected you on a personal level, but also how it affected what character you want to play as a pop star.
You use really, really interesting words, because I think the thing about it is that it's not a persona and it's not a character. It's who I am. Everything that I have.
That's who you are all the time. You put out empowerment anthems because you just walk around being empowering all the time. First of all, that's not what I heard. But second of all, that's not a real person.
Have shown the world is me. And I think that always puts someone in a vulnerable position. And I think that I'm not friends with a lot of like other famous people or pop stars, but the conversations that I do tend to have, I am one of the few that puts myself fully out there. I think that.
But I really don't think you do, girl. That's the thing, is like these empowerment anthems are just kind of hollow. Like, they're not really vulnerable. You're not allowing yourself to be a three-dimensional person in your work. You're just making something that is supposed to like pep people up. And that's not, clearly that is a deliberate choice that you're making in your work. It's not a full representation of who you fully are as a person.
Pop stars have built a sort of protection of themselves, and they put the pop star character in the front, and then the real them gets to sit in the back. And I never did that, because I came from the indie world where it was just
you
like,
had no choice. You had to put all
this
of
is who
yourself
I
out
am.
there,
Like,
right?
I don't have anything to hide.
No artifice.
You know, I love myself, and the world loved me back for it. I think that the beauty of everything is that I get to evolve as a person, and I get to have more depth as a person, because it isn't always happy-go-lucky. And I feel like moving forward, I don't know, it's kind of hard to talk about.
I understand.
Is it hard to share that? Even just share.
And it's like, okay, where is that evolution in the work? I mean, I guess, to be fair, I haven't listened to the new album. I don't know. Maybe it is there. But like, the things that I've heard Lizzo release in these last few years have all been empowerment anthems. They've all been like, I'm that bitch. I'm a bad bitch. It's like, okay, what else do you have, though? And the album, of course, is called Bitch. Currently has a 46 on Album of the Year, based on 5 reviews. I haven't seen anyone talking about the album, really. I don't know if anyone's listening to it. And this is, I have a personal thing with Lizzo, just because I had looked into those lawsuits so much, and I do so support the women who are suing her, that like, I just personally have a distaste for her at this point, because I side with those women. And also, not even just with the allegations that are in the lawsuits, but the way that she has handled those lawsuits after the fact, where she is like lying about the fact that the lawsuits are ongoing. It's so bizarre. She will take absolutely no accountability for it. And it makes me kind of just not like her as a person. But then there's even just this extra thing of like, I would leave Lizzo alone and I wouldn't even fucking talk about her at this point, because I don't even think she's really that relevant. But I also am just kind of fascinated by how in denial she is about her own relevance, and I almost think it kind of goes back to that lack of accountability that she wants to take for how she treated her own staff members, where she never did anything wrong. It's like she won't admit what's actually wrong with her career. She won't admit why she isn't doing as well as she used to do, in ways that I just find interesting. So we had the conversation last time about her whole thing where she's saying that like the algorithm is the thing that's stopping her from being as successful as she currently is. And I disagree. I do think the algorithm is a problem for plenty of artists' careers. And I think, someone had commented, I think it was Fisher Friends or Fisher Not Friends. What is your username? But I know that you commented on the sorry, I don't want to like single anyone out, but I know that this is the user, and I had replied at first, and then I was high, and I was like, I'm high, I probably shouldn't be replying to people's comments. But there was a good point brought up about like Black artists in particular being kind of disadvantaged by the algorithm, and I do think that that is happening to some extent, but I don't think it's a specific thing of like the algorithm, like the algorithms not wanting to showcase certain artists or certain users and stuff. I think it's more of a problem with algorithms becoming so specific and so personalized that if you get like racially profiled by your algorithm on a social media site, that will affect what gets brought to your attention. And I feel that way, and where I do agree with you, fish are friends, not food. Where I agree with you is like when I'm on Instagram, I do think that there are ways that I interact with Instagram that have gotten me racially profiled as like a white girl, which is what I am. But more so to the degree that I think that I'm getting profiled that way by the algorithm on Twitter because I just interact with Twitter differently. But when I'm on Instagram, I will get a lot of pop star content, but it is like white pop stars, and it's not even necessarily pop stars that I'm interested in. It's like sometimes, and I think Olivia Rodrigo is very talented and stuff, but like Olivia Rodrigo will show up on my Explore page, and I'm like, I don't really listen to Olivia Rodrigo that much, and there's a whole lot of other artists that I listen to more that aren't showing up here because I think that like Instagram has picked out the fact that like I am interested in pop stars and I'm also a white girl, and so it is tailoring that stuff to me. And I do think that that really does disadvantage. The way that these algorithms get personalized is disadvantaging people of marginalized or like minority communities because like they're not going to get pushed to a more like wide audience because of that like particular tailoring. But I think they are still getting pushed to like some audiences. It's just like it depends on what the algorithm thinks each different person is interested in, which for me on Twitter, because I am so much more involved in just like general cultural discourse, I see pretty much all of like the main pop girls on my Twitter feed, including Lizzo, and especially because I've been like collecting tweets and stuff for these streams. I see probably most of Lizzo's tweets on my timeline at this point, which is why I know that the algorithm isn't suppressing her. She's showing up on my timeline, but every time I see one of her tweets, or most of the time that I see one of her tweets, she's not getting very many likes, and she's not getting a whole lot of engagement. But if it's showing up on my timeline, it is other people are capable of seeing her tweets as well, and the fact that there's still such a low engagement rate shows me that, like, people can see the tweets, they just don't care. And that keeps happening over and over again with Lizzo. We're like, here's Pop Bass tweeting about her new song coming out with Sexy Red. That's got 5.6 thousand likes. Here's Lizzo's tweet promoting the same thing, 748. Like, her engagement rate on Twitter is pretty bad a lot of the time. Like, worse than almost any other main pop girl I see. I don't see anyone getting this low of engagement that's at her level of star power. It's rough. People are definitely unfair to her, though. I will stick up for her in some ways. Someone said, this was a point of discourse recently. She was performing at the M.I.A Gala, and this person said, the style of music Lizzo makes doesn't suit her vocal range. She tries to be the trope of a big black woman with a big voice, but her vocals are much closer to a Selena Gomez than an Aretha Franklin. And I was like, okay, that's too much. That's way too much. Is she at Aretha Franklin's level? No. But Selena Gomez, and no offense to Selena Gomez, but like, she's the whisper pop girl. Lizzo's got a little bit more weight to her vocals than that. Selena Gomez. Come on. But then she was at this event. And this I'm still very confused by. I don't know. So she's coming down these stairs, and then there's this voice on top of it that's saying, like, Lady in Blue move. It's taken from a completely different clip. This was not actually real, but this is like a meme that people post sometimes.
Lady in Blue! Lady in Blue, move! C'est quoi le temps bleu derrière là? Lady in Blue! Lady.
So that's not real. That's a fake thing. It's a meme. And then Lizzo responded to it, though, in a way where I'm very confused. So she says that Amfar posted it, and I'm confused about that for one thing, because maybe they did post it, and that would be kind of fucked up of them. They shouldn't post that. That's sort of mean, because they invited her to the event. But I don't know that they reposted it, but she's talking here like the clip is real, and I'm not sure if she realized that it's not real.
Yeah, I just saw that Lady in Blue move video that Amfar posted, and first I thought somebody's trying to be funny. I need to let y'all know that Amfar was so sweet to me. I had the best time. Every photographer, every person who works for this organization, they were so kind. They invited me to perform. The performance was great. Nobody was being racist to me. Please do not let this video reflect on this organization or on my time here at Cannes. I'm having an incredible time. I don't know why somebody would say that.
But nobody did say it, Lizzo, not to you.
But I wasn't in nobody's way. I wasn't even on a carpet. I was walking down the stairs into cocktail hour. So I wasn't obstructing nobody's view or nothing.
Yeah, nobody actually said it to you. I don't know. I think she still thinks the video is real.
So, I'm going to go to the beach and have a great day, and I hope you do too. Shout out to Amfar. I had so much fun.
I don't know. I was just confused by that, but then that one only got 475 likes anyway. And then she also has done a baby back ribs jingle for Chili's, which is just kind of embarrassing. And even in the ad, they poke fun at the idea that Chili's is paying her a lot of money to do it, and I'm like, that doesn't make it less embarrassing, though.
Listen, I don't care how good Chili's ribs are. Lizzo is never singing the Chili's rib jingle, okay? Well, I want you to tell them that I will never, ever... Wait, how much?
Okay. It's still embarrassing, girl. And she's also just replying to random tweets on Twitter in a way that's like, sometimes when you come back at someone on Twitter, like a celebrity replies to someone who was in their replies, it can be kind of funny, but it's like she is going out of her way. These people didn't even tag her. This is just a person who says, what's your unpopular opinion about Lizzo? And they said, trying so hard to be relatable ruined her vibe. This tweet has 22 likes on it. She quote tweeted them and said, what's relatable about being a millionaire musical prodigy with a perfectly symmetrical face? Girl, stop. Just kind of embarrassing. And then she also couldn't ratio this random podcast who was talking about her. I don't even know what they said. I probably disagree with them, but her tweet, quote tweeting them, only got 700 likes. The original clip got 1,000. Girl, put the fucking phone down. But she wants to keep causing controversy to sell her albums, which she somewhat admitted, because I guess she's in some sort of a feud with Nicki Minaj, but at this point, I don't even think Nicki is actually responding to her, which that's sad too. If you're in a feud with Nicki Minaj and you're the person that's like more into it than Nicki, I don't know.
Fighting sales That's fucking unfortunate.
It's true. Like the beef sells more than anything these days. You know what I'm saying? And you see the reaction when I put out positive music and when I talk about loving everybody, I get roasted. Like they look at me like, not now, Lizzo. Like, don't hit us with that positivity shit. Like I've literally read them say, we don't want that empowering shit right now. I'm
From
like,
fans?
Yeah, from not fans, but just people on the internet. Because I don't think these people.
Yeah, fuck those people, man. They can be fans
But
too.
it's the general consensus of humans, right? Like everybody is tussling. Like you think.
Again, it's like, girl, I don't get it though. You can pick up the fact that people are kind of over the empowerment anthem thing, which I think is partially to do with the lawsuit and the fact that, like, you kind of got outed as a nasty person to work with and not necessarily the most empowering person to hang out with. So it makes your persona, if you don't want to call it a persona, but who you really are or whatever, it makes that feel kind of fucking fake. But then also, on top of that, it's like we're just kind of done with the empowerment anthem thing in general. I mean, that has a lot to do with the fact that, or that fact has a lot to do with Katy Perry's current predicament. Also the Dr. Luke stuff, and she is also now being accused of sexual harassment. But even without all that, Katy's commitment to the empowerment anthem is like the one genre that she'll do. It's just tiring. It's just, we're over it. There's other kinds of songs. And so the fact that she's like, I'm either fighting with people or I'm writing empowerment anthems, like, girl, there's a lot of other options, actually. There are a lot of other ways that you can, like, put positivity into the world or whatever than just writing these kind of shallow empowerment anthems. And I'm so fascinated by her inability to get it. And then she said something yesterday where I was like, what are you even talking about at this point? She said, so someone says, Lizzo not having a fan base is so weird to me when this woman was literally selling out arenas not even 2 years ago. Like, where did those people go? And she said, I actually can answer this. The industry changed so much in the last 3 years. Streaming replaced radio, and I was a radio darling. In the last 3 years? Streaming replaced radio? What? So radio was dominating the music market as of 2023? And also, since when are you a radio darling, Lizzo? You got big on TikTok. That was your whole thing. Your career blew up because of TikTok. Not the radio. Someone needs to sit her down and have a hard conversation with her. But I guess it probably won't work because it doesn't seem like she takes criticism very well. She says, that's how my fans discovered my music, not to mention the very obvious and public attack on my career changed things. Like, yeah, okay, it did change things, Lizzo, which is why you probably should have adapted. It's probably why you shouldn't have doubled down and said that you did nothing wrong and then attack the people that are accusing you. Maybe you should have made a change. Maybe you should start treating people a little bit better. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take for her to get it. Azealia Banks loves it, though. She's pro Lizzo. She says, Lizzo will end up having the last laugh. She's steadily becoming one of America's most recognizable women, and her smile, demeanor, and generally non-threatening / friendly nature has a very familiarly nostalgic comfort to it. She can very easily clear the spot as soon as she slides into daytime TV / hospitality. I do think that's maybe even kind of true. She should probably just be doing more TV stuff. Yiddy is great, to be honest, but that market is oversaturated. I don't even know what that means. Lizzo has a lot more equitable American branding power than the Kardashians, to be honest. Don't know about that. I wouldn't buy pantry staples and homewares from the Kardashians, but I would buy Lizzo's. Okay, okay. The minute she makes her Oprah, Ricki Lake, Martha Stewart, Kroger crossover, you will pay the price. I thought she was done using that word, but apparently not. Trust me, Lizzo is playing the long game. Like, okay, there we go. You've got someone on your side, Lizzo. Good luck with that. I mean, for now, Azealia is not really known to be super consistent. Oh, Yitty is her shapewear brand? Oh, okay. Anyway, someone who is doing very well this year, unlike Lizzo, sorry. My girl Slayyyter, she performed on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon while we were on a break of sorts. She was incredible. It was a great performance, and it definitely did help boost her streaming a little bit. A lot. She gained 528,817 streams following the performance. Also, the Grammys seem to be paying attention. They liked one of the Instagram posts of Slayyyter's performance, so good for my girl. She was also at the Governor's Ball recently, drawing massive crowds. It's a Slayyyter summer, the one issue that I'm having, girl. The issue that I need to be corrected right now. Where's the fucking... She finally added some! Oh my god, I literally checked like 2 days ago, and the only thing in her merch shop was the fucking CD and the vinyl, but she's added a flag and a hat. Okay, we're making progress. We are making progress. I need more than this. Much more than this. But okay, we're getting somewhere. I want more hats. I want some crop tops. We need to get on the merch. We're in dire need of merch. I would like to give you more money, Slayyyter. And I would like to brand myself with your references, please. Chop chop. But I'm gonna buy that hat. Oh, thank God she added something. But only 2 items? We need more. We need way more. Now, I haven't listened to this yet, but the Kim Petras album has come out. I've heard good things. Only has 2 reviews so far on Album of the Year. But I've heard other pop fans really digging it. I have now unmuted Kim Petras on my Spotify. Here's the thing. I've always kind of liked Kim Petras' music, but the whole Dr. Luke thing was a big turnoff, especially because she so willingly chose to work with Dr. Luke. She didn't get like stuck in a contract with him after or like before the allegations came out. She signed the contract afterwards. She knew who he was. She also indicated that she did not believe Kesha, which I didn't appreciate. So I've always just been like, about Kim. I muted her on my Spotify a while ago. And then I went one day, because when you mute someone on your Spotify, I was like, I just don't want her in my, like, Spotify generated mixes anymore. Because I listen to, like, the pop mix thing that they do for users. I listen to the dance pop mix, stuff like that. And she would always just, like, show up in my playlist. And I was like, I'd rather not. So I muted her. And then one day I wanted to listen to a song that she was on, and it wouldn't let you do that. I was like, that's so annoying. Like, if I willingly go to her album or it was Charlie's album, because she was on one of Charlie's songs. It's like, if I go to that song and I press play on it, just let me do that, but it doesn't let you do that unless you unmute the artist. And I was like, okay, let me unmute her. Especially because I think by that point she had maybe stopped working with Dr. Luke, so I didn't feel as strongly about it. But then as soon as I unmuted her, I'm not even fucking kidding, I listened to like the dance pop mix the next day, and every other song was a Kim Petras song. I don't know why Spotify thought that I went from not wanting to hear from her at all to wanting to hear her every other song, but then I had to mute her again because I was like, that's just too much. I'm okay with her getting integrated into my mixes now, but like, in moderation. So I've unmuted her. Hopefully I don't have to mute her again, as long as Spotify behaves. Not anything wrong that she did, but I don't want her to be every other song of my mixes. So we'll see how that goes, but I will listen to the album, because I know that this one is not produced by Dr. Luke at all. So that is exciting. And hopefully she can have like, because the Dr. Luke association, I really do think hurt her a lot. And hopefully she can have like a real good era after this. We also have a new era coming from Ms. Carly Rae Jepsen. How exciting. She did do a little song snippet, but we don't have a full song yet. And we also have a new era being teased from Susan Boyle, pop diva extraordinaire. And also a new album coming out from Bebe Rexha. She is promoting her album in a similar way of Lizzo, where she's just like, quote, tweeting people being mean to her. But hopefully, you know, I do like Bebe Rexha. I can't say that I've always been that into her music, but I am just kind of rooting for her in general. And I know as a bonus track on the CD, there is going to be her own version of I Don't Need Anything, which that's that song that she did with G-Eazy a long time ago. They're like, I don't need anything to get me through the night. But I think that she didn't really like that version, so now she's going to have her own version, which is exciting. So that's cool. Also, new album from Ellie Goulding. I used to be a huge Ellie Goulding fan. That was actually like one of the first concerts that I ever went to was Ellie's. But then I don't know, I kind of just fell off. She strayed further from like, she used to do kind of more of a folk pop thing, and she strayed a little bit from the folksiness, and I just sort of lost interest. And I've heard this new song, Black Prada Dress. It didn't do much for me, but I'll listen to the whole album when it comes out. Maybe it'll reignite my standing. But the big thing, Tinashe is entering a new era, and this looks fucking good. I don't even think, I shouldn't play the audio because I think I'm gonna get claimed, but it looks good. And her new song, Too Easy, came out recently. It's fantastic. I'm gonna just play a second of it. So that's exciting. I'm definitely really looking forward to that album. She also is teasing that Pink Pantheress is going to be on the album. That's very exciting. Now, speaking of Pink Pantheress is someone who is known for just kind of showing up places you don't necessarily expect her to be, like Impractical Jokers, stuff like that, random game shows. Kind of her thing. She likes just going on to different shows, but it appears she's maybe getting too famous because she is now being turned down. Here's her talking about her attempts to go on to the game show Pointless recently.
You don't know what Pointless is, you're American. But we have a show called Pointless. It's a game show. It's my favorite trivia show. And I wanted to be on the show, and I made it to the last, so before they put you on TV, it was like the last stage. So I was in Manchester, I was ready to go on TV to play Pointless. And then someone comes in and he goes, wait, hold on, we know who you are. I was like, what do you mean? Because it was the quote-unquote regular Pointless. It wasn't the celebrity version. He goes, you're too famous to go on Pointless. I said, babes, what? Let me on this TV show now. I never ended up on Pointless because I was too quote-unquote famous. I said, babes, I will give the money to charity, but let me on this show. I want to meet Alexander Armstrong. I love him. And so I'm back in Manchester. I'm going to go to, what is it, BBC? I'm going to go, let me on that TV now. I have to make things correct. If you guys see me on Pointless, because you know I was on The Weakest Link. I love it.
You have to let Pink Pantheress on, even if it's not a celebrity game show. Like, just let her do it. That's her thing. I like seeing Pink Pantheress places. Especially places where I didn't expect her to be. Idiots. Anyway. Charlie has a new song out. Her new song, Spring Summer 26, SS26. She also has a new B-side, which she is putting onto vinyl, and her side Instagram account exclusively for the time being, is what she says. So, sure. But I do love Spring Summer 26. I think it's great. It did not chart. I don't think it charted on Billboard. And it also exited the top 200 of global Spotify the second day of its release. It's not doing very well in the charts, and this is another aspect of the fan-artist relationship where some fans really want their girls to be huge. They want them to be number one. It's a very competitive thing. Other fans, like Charlie's fans, get upset when they get too famous. And as this person says, we're gaining the ancient texts. We're going back to the point where Charlie is not brat famous, and not all of her singles do as well. And that's how Charlie fans like it. It appears. But I love this song. I think it's great. I love the video too. She has now released the album cover for her new album, Music Fashion Film, which is out July 24th. We've got some representations of music, fashion, film, John Cale, Marc Jacobs, Martin Scorsese. She's got a new album generator out as well, so you can make your own little version. You can put an image there. It'll remove the background for you. And there you go. Interactive. She also announced recently a new tour. She announced this earlier today. Short tour. But it's crazy to me that she even wants to go back on tour right now. Now, Madonna did seem to kind of shade Charlie a little bit with the rock music lyrics. She says, if your dance floor feels dead, maybe you're playing the wrong music, which could be shade. It probably is. It's somewhat shady toward Charlie, but it also is kind of iconic too, because I don't think it's really that serious. But Madonna is really having a moment, even if she's over 45, like some Ariana Grande fans fear. She did a free concert in Times Square. Other people have done it over these last few years. Charlie did it with Brat. Shakira also did it last year, I believe. But it is a really cool thing, because it is just right in the middle of Times Square. Here's like a further video. That's what it looks like. How fun. Love that. And then if you have YouTube Premium, you can watch, it was like only a minute and a half long or something. It's not really that, it's not that serious. You don't need to get YouTube Premium for this, but she did a little like making of for the Times Square thing. It was sponsored by Grindr. It seems like everything this era is sponsored by Grindr, which is funny. She also did a Pride Month video with her tit hanging out.
Happy Pride.
Now, unfortunately, she is an older woman, and older women, older people in general, they really love the AI. And so she did post some AI photos of her and Lady Gaga, or she reposted them, which is Not incredible. We don't love the reposting of AI from our pop divas. But if this is a tease of maybe Gaga and Madonna doing something together, I would love that. And I also just love the fact that she was excited to see an image of her and Gaga together, you know? There was a time where maybe that wouldn't have been the case. So that's cute. If we could keep her away from the AI photos, though, that'd be great. But then she also released her Confessions 2 film today on YouTube. It's fucking fantastic. There's a scene where she's walking through and people have got like laser beams coming out of their vaginas and it seems their buttholes. Oh, it's so good. Just incredible. There's a lot of cameos in here. Sabrina's in here. They did their song together. There's Sabrina. Oh, just so good. And then even Benedict Cumberbatch is in it. But, you know, she's Madonna. She can get pretty much anyone. But there's a lot of different people in here. There's, like, Gwendolyn Christie. Arca's in here, too, somewhere. A lot of people. Great video. Great concept. Love it. Her daughter's in here. Towards the end. Love it. No notes. Yeah, I mean, you're lucky if your fave gets to this age and is still doing shit like this. Especially, some people's faves maybe won't fucking make it that long, and maybe they should start thinking of this as a goal. Anyway. In other news, Dua Lipa got married, introducing Mr. and Mrs. Lipa. That's her husband, Callum Turner. They look real cute. Venue was real cute. Here's some photos. It was in Italy. It's cute. It's pretty. It's luxurious. It's opulent. She also had a bookshelf. She says, in honor of how they met. I don't know how they met. I guess it has something to do with books. I know she has a podcast where she talks about books and everyone's so impressed because there's like, wow, it really seems like she's read the book. It's like, okay, yeah. I feel like that should be a standard for everyone running a podcast about books, but I guess it's not. It's very special as she's doing that. And there were a lot of celebrity guests. So there's Charlie XCX, George Daniels, Tuvalu. Also, Shakira. And Troye Sivan. Oh, come on. Ugh. Damn it, everyone's getting their account suspended. But okay, Troye Sivan and Joe Alwyn, which of course brings in the Swifties. So they took these photos of Joe Alwyn at the Dua Lipa wedding, I guess with Charlie or something. And they said, I've never really cared for Joe Alwyn given how criminally boring he is as a celebrity, but the way he's been moving lately has started screaming evil. He went from just being a useless man who wasted Taylor's time to being an obsessive ex cozying up with her ops. Who are the ops? Charlie XCX? Troye Sivan? Tuvalu? He wasn't at a party with, like, Scooter Braun. They've lost their damn minds. But they're not the only ones. A lot of people are not happy about the Dua Lipa wedding because she apparently shut down parts of this city in Italy in order to do it. Now, I'm a little confused about what all got shut down. I believe it wasn't like full, maybe it was like a part of a street, I'm not sure, but it wasn't the entire city. People are acting like she got the entire city shut down. She didn't, but she did maybe get down parts of like a town square shut down, stuff that is supposed to be like a public area, and that is annoying, you know, as we're seeing with the Trump thing in Manhattan, when people come, when big celebrities and rich people shut down parts of a public place. It is just, it's very entitled, it's very obnoxious, it's disruptive to people who live there, it's disruptive toward businesses and other residents, and it's just annoying. It should be open for the public. So I definitely very much disagree with Dua Lipa's decision to do this. At the same time, people are comparing her to Jeff Bezos in the way that he shut down like an actual entire city, or comparing it to like what's happening with Trump in Manhattan, and I'm like, well, I don't think it's that severe. Like, I think that there's a degree here of severity that she has not maybe met, but it's still something that I think people have a right to be upset about. And people were upset about, and they spray painted areas around her wedding and said, Palermo is not for rent. Apparently it is. You gotta bring that up with like city officials, because they do think it's for rent. And that's awful. It is awful that rich people get to just pay their way into blocking off public areas. But then, of course, the Swifties are still mad. They said it's actually crazy how much Dua posts her man, talks about him, includes him in everything, and no one would ever dare to wrongly call her male-centered, especially not her fans. Must be so nice to be a celeb that people are normal about. Girl, you're not normal about this. Let's not act like Dua Lipa has made Callum, however the fuck you say his name. Let's not act like she's made him a part of her career as much as Taylor has. Like, Taylor had Travis signing autographs for her CDs. She thanked him during her VMA speech because he was there on the set. She said that she wouldn't do the Super Bowl because Travis plays football. It's not just about her, like, mentioning the fact that she has a partner. It's a different thing. But as someone said, Dua is arguably more famous for being Dua Lipa than she is for singing at this point. That's very true, because I saw plenty of conversations about this wedding, controversy, celebrations, all of it. It was a headline. And absolutely nothing about the fact that she just posted her entire tour onto YouTube. Like, she did it, the entire show is now on YouTube. Didn't hear a peep about it. Didn't see anyone posting about it. Nothing. But I saw a lot about the wedding. But that is what being a pop girly is all about, you know? It is about the musical output. It's also about the celebrity. It's also about the narrative. It's about the parasocial aspects of it. That people are excited that she's getting married. Not so much excited about the new concert that they got for free. Now, moving on to another live show. Lorde recently performed at the Governor's Ball and had an incredible set. She performed a new song. Don't Look for Me Now That I'm Gone. I don't know if that's the name of the song or those are just some lyrics, but it sounds cool. I'm not going to play any of it because I feel like I will get claimed at some point. She also did Liability with her own face projected onto her. Very cool. She also had a heartbeat monitor that presumably was hooked up to her during parts of the set. Very cool. Very exciting. Cat's Eye was also at the Governor's Ball, which Cardi B saw with her daughter. And then I saw a whole bunch of people being like, she's copying Nicki because she has colorful hair. Like, can the girls fucking do anything? Can they do anything? And then we also had the Primavera Festival, which had a lot of girls. Doja Cat, well, actually, no, it didn't. But other people, Addison Rae, Pink Panthers, Ethel Cain, Marina, a lot of our girls performing at Primavera, but in fact, not Doja Cat, because she wanted to. She was a headliner, but her show unfortunately got canceled due to the weather, and this one definitely makes sense. No question about this one. Here she's already dressed, and this was sad. She's really bummed about this.
So, tonight, because, oh my god, I'm in Barcelona, and I was very ready to do my show, and, sorry, I'm not trying to be hysterical, so I'm not trying to be hysterical. So I'm just trying to calm myself down. But tonight, I was supposed to be performing at around 11 o'clock. The time that the festival closes out, like hard out, it was like 2 a.m. or something like that. There's obviously a sound curfew and things like that. They shut the sound off, everything. So you guys know that. At least everyone who's coming tonight knows that. I really wanted to do this show, and I remember I woke up in the morning, I was so fucking tired and like just not in it. I was not feeling good, and the only thing that really made me feel good about the day was that I was going to be able to go out there and be with you guys and be able to do my show. And the weather was not going to get any better. I didn't know that. I don't think anybody really truly knew how bad it was going to get, but it got bad, and it got bad on the wrong day. And this doesn't happen like this. Like, I always am able to, whatever. Like, if it's fucking raining, it's raining. And the universe even was like, bitch, it's raining. You're going to go up there and you're going to do what you have to do. Because I know people are like, oh, this demonic, ungodly bitch doesn't believe in anything. She doesn't have any beliefs. She just believes the devil, demonic shit. And like, it's like, I believe that the universe brought me this beautiful fucking plastic poof sleeve outfit with a goddamn swimsuit on. I have literal water fucking soluble, and I don't even know the word, but like, you know what I mean? Whatever. I have a swimsuit on. Like, this was meant to be. Tonight was supposed to happen. And it didn't. And that means something. I don't know what the fuck it means, but it wasn't supposed to happen. This is not supposed to happen. And I really wanted to see you guys tonight, and I love you so much. I do. Regardless of whatever the fuck has happened. But I do love you. And I'm absolutely crushed and torn to pieces about the whole thing. and I felt so good. I felt like I had energy. I had energy, and I had fucking like joy. I was so excited. I felt ready to go. My knee doesn't hurt. I've had not an injury, but something happened to my knee. My patella was too soft, and it's hurt a little bit for the last couple weeks, but I'm fine. But like, my knee feels good. I'm rested. Like, I just I know it's not my fault. Like, yeah, it's the weather, but I'm sorry. And I really wanted to give you a great show tonight. And I will be back. And I'm gonna come back with a fire that you've never seen.
Poor girl. And then she showed off her outfit while she was still like kind of crying, which is just funny. But you know, sometimes this is the energy you have to have. You have to show off your outfit while you're kind of still having a breakdown.
I'll be back. Here's my ass. Snow White on PCP. Makeup by Ivan Nunez. Hair by Jay Stay Ready. And nails by Sasha Livingston. Sasha did that. This look was made custom for you. This look was made absolutely 100% for this night, custom for Barcelona. This look had a tag attached to it with a safety pin, and it was written Barcelona on that tag. This is yours. This is all dedicated to you, and I love you so much. Good night, you guys. I love you.
Very disappointing. And she's an incredible performer, and the outfits really have been crazy this era. I do see a lot of clips of her on my timeline, and she just always looks so good. Like, there's this outfit. Insane. So good. And then she also has a bit during her show where she levitates real high. Look at that. Incredible. And then there was this outfit. And she keeps like using her mic cord in a lot of different ways. So that's the beginning of Tia Tamera. She does this thing during Tia Tamera that I constantly see where she hangs the cord from her heel and then sings. Sometimes she wraps the mic around her fucking neck. She is definitely just one of the best performers working right now. So yeah, big old bummer that she didn't get to headline Primavera. But someone who did, Miss Addison Rae, whose set was incredible. And she looked just fucking hot too. I mean, look at her. That's insane. And the performance was so fucking good. I gotta play just like a second of it. I've always been obsessed with the I Got It Bad choreography, but they've upped it. I mean, this is something special. That's a fucking pop star. Ah, she was so good. Just so good. I just can't imagine. There are some people who are still in denial, who still think that Addison Rae is like a fad, that she's gonna go away, that she's not a real pop star. And I'm like, I can't. We're all entitled to our opinions, but I cannot imagine looking at Addison Rae and not thinking that, like, oh no, this is like a legitimate thing. She's a pop star. She's not just a fucking TikToker making pop music. She's a fucking pop star, and she's good at it. And she's jumping into the crowd, and she's hot. Just so hot. Which isn't the point, but it does help. It really does help. Someone else who was at Primavera with a surprise set, Miss Gracie Abrams. I'm sorry, not Gracie Abrams. Olivia Rodrigo. I saw the name Gracie Abrams there. Olivia Rodrigo, who was performing with Robert Smith for her new song, for her new album. Very exciting. She also, and it was a very good set too. Like, her voice sounded really good. Sometimes her live vocals are a little shaky, but every clip that I saw, she sounded great. And she also came out with her new song, The Cure, which is good. It's not my favorite, but I do like it. It's good, and I love the video. It's her 8th top 10 hit on the Billboard Hot 100, so doing very well. And the video is just cool. It's got a lot of just cool aspects to it, of like these threads that are coming off of her. Shouldn't play too much of the song, but what can you say? She's good at what she does. There's also a vinyl, an oil painting on her, some versions of the vinyl, which is cool. She released the track list as well. I have seen people complaining about the font for the track list, and yeah, I think it could probably be better, especially with the way that comes over that dress. It makes it a little hard to see, but it is also cute, and I like the fact that it looks like it's actually like sewn on. It's cute, and I like the fact, so the album is called You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, and it does seem like it's divided into two parts. So there's the Girl So in Love part, and then there's the You Seem Pretty Sad part. I think that's a cool concept. And she also was on the New York Times Popcast. Here they come. They're back. And they asked some good questions. So first of all, they're asking her about the baby doll dress controversy.
You've been a lightning rod over, bringing back a conversation from 20, 25 or more years ago, is like the idea of the baby doll dress and what it means to Riot Girl and what it means to dress subversively or other people who say, no, it's infantilizing or it's played out as a symbol.
That's been making me so upset. Not even for me. Like, I don't care. People could say
what does
whatever
it
they
mean
want.
to you? What does what's choice
really
mean
like
to you?
disturbing is I feel like I have worn outfits that are like maybe revealing on stage. Like I've been on stage in like a sparkly bra and like little shorts and like, which is my right. That's fun. I felt cool and comfortable in that. And like that wasn't inappropriate, but me like fully covered up in a dress that people deemed to be like childlike was inappropriate. And I just think it just like shows how we just like really normalize pedophilia in our culture. And also it's just this like rhetoric that we're fed as girls since we're so little, which is like, don't wear that because then a man is going to sexualize your body and it's your fault. Like, it's so weird. And I didn't think that I looked sexy in that at all. I was like, this is so cool. I feel like I look like Kathleen Hanna or like Courtney Love, all these people who are my heroes. And I felt cool and comfortable in it. And like, I just think if we start dressing in a way that's like, oh, I don't want some fucking freak to think that I like am sexy like a baby or like some crazy thing like that. Like I just think it's like losing the plot a little bit. Yeah, I'm just very protective of like younger women and girls, and I don't ever want them to be like fed that rhetoric, I guess.
And also protect their right as they grow up to do
dress
whatever it is,
whatever
it ends up being.
It's like a weird cult. It's like, yeah, you shouldn't be responsible for some guy sexualizing you in a way that was never your intention. Like,
One thing that I was...
She nailed that. Because that's the thing, too. It's like... my biggest disconnect with Olivia, just personally, is like she is very young, and she definitely plays into like a young, youthful aesthetic. The baby doll dress for me, I was like, oh, it's kind of a turnoff in a way, because I was just like, I was just hoping that she would be in a different phase of her career that was like a little bit more mature, that like would help me connect with it better. Not to say that I won't connect with the album at all, but just because I have this association with her as like a young person, I was like, oh, it doesn't feel like it's for me. And the continued aesthetic has been youthful in a way where I'm like, I still don't know that this is going to be for me. But it's like there's a difference between saying that of like, oh, this was like an indicator for me that I wasn't gonna connect with the album because it's like too young or whatever, to take that, or even just saying straight up, it's like, I just don't like the baby doll dresses, I don't think that it looks good, whatever people can say, to take that and then immediately go to like pedo baiting is like, okay, well, like, at what point did you decide that the baby doll dress was inherently sexual? Because even if you do this like self-infantilization thing, which I still think would be going too far, but like, I'm like, okay, I guess I could kind of see the argument there of like, it is a younger dress, but she's still a young girl, so it's like, I don't think it's that fucking serious. But like, you can maybe have a self-infantilization conversation and it can be somewhat rooted in reality, but like, at what point are you adding in the like, it's automatically sexual though? Just because she's a woman and she's wearing it? Okay. I saw this on Twitter earlier and I was like, this is kind of the perfect way to say most things. I mean, this is relevant to a lot of conversations. As a woman, you're always too young or too old for things because the perfect age is when you're a man. Yeah. Yeah. So she had a very good response. And then she also was asked another question about something else.
Speaking of internet detective work, there's a lot of sort of public speculation about your relationship with Taylor.
Ongoing speculation that the Disney alum and the Eras Tour performer are not on friendly terms.
Taylor was retroactively credited on one of Olivia's biggest hits, Deja Vu, due to an apparent interpolation of Taylor's song Cruel Summer.
You're at a Paul McCartney concert in Los Angeles, and you guys are walking out at the same time, and then there's people on the internet being like, are they facing each other? Are they facing away? I wonder how stuff like that strikes you, given that I imagine you know how you feel and you know the state of play. How do you view that layer of scrutiny?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like read too far into it. I think it like comes to the territory and it's par for the course. And I think if I
dove into every internet detective sleuth that like got things right or wrong about my life or any of my relationship, I think I just go crazy. Like there's just not enough time in the day.
Yeah.
I think maybe it started at such a high level for you around driver's license that anything after that,
For sure.
you were like, you went through it. You went through people trying to figure out who is this song about and why. And was that nice to get that out of the way early on? Maybe it wasn't nice to go through, but
I do think so. I think it made me feel detached from it.
Mhm.
I had to detach from it in order to like literally like be okay. It was just such a crazy experience for like everyone involved. And I think I just had to learn to detach. And I think that that's something that hopefully I'm good at these days, still trying to like detach from people who like don't know every little detail of my life. I think you just have to, otherwise you just go kind of crazy.
I also think there can be value in someone like you setting the record straight or saying what you really feel about something when
Sure.
people are trying to guess how you feel. You know, one of the other things you've been a lightning rod over, bringing back a conversation from 20, 25 more years ago is like the idea of the baby doll dress and what it means
God.
to Riot Girl.
I already went through all that. I want to see. Because she does talk about specifically the whole credits thing. Let me find it.
In terms of songwriting credits or album covers or people trying to call you out for borrowing or whatever it is, borrowing a little too much. How have you pushed through that, those what I assume were pretty hard times in your creative vision being called into question, and how do you remain open with what it is that inspires you when stuff like that has happened?
Yeah, I think it's a really hard time, like just personally, but I don't know. I'm a fangirl. I love music, and like nobody can like take that away.
And that's the thing too, like even though I don't connect with Olivia's music as much, I've always had a lot of admiration for her just as an artist that like very clearly has references and very clearly is like a fan of other music, and that comes through in her work. And people will use that to say that she's like copying other people or say that what she's doing is derivative, but I've never felt that way. I've never felt like she was actually doing anything that was like a carbon copy. It felt very clearly inspired, and I feel like she also kind of cites her references fairly frequently, and maybe that's something that has gotten her in trouble in a way, that she was maybe a little too honest about one of her inspirations. But I don't think that she's ever done anything that's actually like crossed a line of like plagiarism or anything like that. She's just a woman who actually knows music fairly well and knows what inspires her.
That sounds so cheesy, but like I love music, and I feel so lucky that I get to do what I do, and I like love so many songs, and I've grown up being surrounded with awesome music and awesome bands, and like I truly just do feel so lucky, and I love writing songs, and like that's just I would be writing songs if nobody listened and everyone hated it and everyone thought I was bad. I would still be writing songs because it's what I like love to do.
But I like that you call yourself a fangirl, because I feel like some artists, especially at your level, are ashamed to identify themselves that way.
You gotta be a fan. It's so boring to not be a fan of music. There's so much good music to be a fan of. Yeah.
And it's like, but you weave it into your songwriting, probably, just like the act of being enthusiastic about music is often in your songs a proxy for the act of being enthusiastic about a person, which is something. I mean, I think to Joe's point, like, I do think people wonder those things that were tough for you early in your career. Did that leave a frost between you and other songwriters? Is there a frost between you and Taylor? Like, is that something that hovers over your mind? Is it something that you think is a construction of the people who are doing internet detective work? How do you view that now that you're a few years removed from the initial?
And I love to, like, because that question about the first thing about internet detective work, it's like way back here, and he knew exactly when to bring it back in. He was like, I'm going to get a more complete answer here.
Kind of like ruptures.
I don't know. I think I tried to not let it like get to me or upset me. I think I just try to keep it trucking. I think there's no use so long ago. I think there's no use in like harping on it. I just try to make songs that I love and try to be kind and good to other people and supportive of other people. And I've always like tried to be like that. And at the end of the day, I think that's all you can do.
And being supportive is like, again, I was looking at the opening act list for your tour, and I was just like, this is like a very wide range of styles of artists, but also it's like you're identifying people who you want to take under your wing a little bit, maybe?
Yeah.
Is that sort of safe to say?
Yeah, I mean...
So, like, she still is kind of giving a non-answer. She's not actually addressing whether or not her and Taylor have an ongoing feud or whatever, but her answer still communicates some amount of sadness over that situation, which I think is very fair. Whether or not, and this is the thing, is like Swifties will come with the defense of Taylor never sued anybody, there was never any lawsuit filed, and that's true, there was no lawsuit, but it is fairly obvious that something happened between the two of them, because they went from being very publicly supportive of one another to being a little colder toward one another publicly, at least not acknowledging one another at the very minimum. Something happened there. And I also think the fact that Taylor got, what did she get, like 50% of the royalties? Or her and the other writers got like 50% from Deja Vu? You can say that Olivia gave them those credits, and that might be true. But I also can't imagine taking those credits if I were Taylor or if I were Jack or anyone else involved. I mean, it's not just Taylor, there were other writers involved. Because it's like, but they didn't deserve those credits in the first place. Deja Vu, she took the idea of having like a kind of shouty bridge from Cruel Summer, and that's it. She didn't even take the melody directly, she just sort of took an idea. And I don't know, with Taylor being such a champion for like your rights as an artist and such, I don't know how you justify taking those credits, period. I think that like the right thing to do would have been to just turn them down completely. I understand that maybe there were other writers that didn't want to turn them down, and at that point you have to go with what the other writers of the song want. You can't just be like, I'm opting out. But I also, who was the one that wanted the credit so bad? Was it Jack? I don't get why any of them decided to take those credits, and especially why they decided to take 50%. That really was kind of crazy. And I think Father Figure is in part aimed at Olivia because of the stuff that Taylor was saying about getting the rights from the George Michael estate. And I also think that's kind of crazy too. Like, I think Father Figure is still the most interesting song on Life of a Showgirl. But like the entire ethos behind that is fucking wild, because it's like you're not even getting the permission of George Michael himself. You're getting the permission of his estate while George is dead. So that's not even, you're not even actually supporting artistry at that point. You're supporting copyright. You're supporting an estate taking ownership of a dead person's work, a person who created that work, who is no longer alive, whose work is still earning people money. And I think that there is just something a little warped there in Taylor's conception of copyright and of estate planning and such. It's very gross and capitalistic, and it is really kind of, to say it's the worst thing Taylor Swift has ever done, I think maybe sounds a little silly, because it's like, ultimately she didn't like assault anyone, she didn't rape anyone, she didn't harass any of her employees that we know of. But I do think it's the worst thing she ever did, and because it's just so weird. It's like this younger artist who very clearly looked up to you that you kind of, it seems, bullied into giving you a credit for something, and for what purpose, I don't know. I would love to maybe hear Taylor's side of this, to understand why she would act the way that she did in this situation. If she has any sort of defense, I'd love to hear it, but I don't know how you can ever think that Olivia is the wrong person here, and that she wasn't treated really unfairly. For what? Why did Taylor take that credit? Why did she take 50%? It does just kind of paint her as someone a little, like, egomaniacal. But maybe there's more to the story that we're not hearing. I don't know. But it is just fucked up. Moving on to our Taylor section. She was at a basketball game recently. A Knicks game, actually. But not at Madison Square Garden. But this became a whole thing. There's a lot of different clips of them. Her and Travis. I don't know. I don't know what to make of all that. But there were some cute moments. Like her directing him toward a child to take a photo. That's cute. Just trying to say nice stuff. Because I don't want to be, like, totally shitty toward her. But this was cute. Oh yeah, it wasn't to take a photo, it was for a fist bump. But that's cute. Always looking out for the kiddos. Love that. So there's that. And then the Toy Story 5 thing got kind of fucking weird. So if we remember, weeks ago, there was a countdown that showed up on her website that definitely seemed like it was for a Toy Story 5 song. Then it disappeared. Then, in the meantime, while we've been gone, there was a whole denial campaign from the people working on Toy Story 5 saying that their Taylor Swift song is not in the movie. That seemed kind of weird, because it's like, well, then why did she have that announcement? Why did she have that, like, countdown on her website that seemed very Toy Story 5 referencing? Then, like, a day after they did the whole denial campaign, suddenly fucking TS Billboard starts showing up places with 13 clouds. Then Disney starts using Taylor Swift, like, references in their social media posts, like she's making those moves up as she goes, which is a reference to I make the moves up as I go. So I was like, okay, what did we do that whole denial thing 2 days ago for, if you were just gonna immediately start doing more Taylor Swift Easter eggs? Another thing commented, we are ready for it. Obviously a reference to Taylor's song. Then a fucking countdown showed up in Times Square. Oh, I guess maybe that's already been taken down. There was a countdown in Times Square. It's like, this girl cannot stop doing countdowns to save her fucking life. Why does she keep doing countdowns for everything? That's what gets me too, is like the defense of like, you want Taylor to stop making music, you want her to just go away. I'm like, no, I think she can keep making music. Why does she keep promoting it like this? Why is it so overbearing? Why does everything come with a countdown? Why can't she just tweet, hey, I've got a song that's going to be in Toy Story 5. Look out for it. And then a countdown showed back up on the website, of course. Countdowns in Times Square, countdowns on the website, countdown everywhere, countdown to everything. They apparently did a decoy version of the movie for people who, like, watched the screeners that didn't have Taylor's song so that they could, like, trick everyone. And it's like, well, then why did you do the countdown months ago, not months ago, but weeks ago, where it was pretty fucking clear that you were making a song for Toy Story 5? Like, it's so disorganized, too. That's what kills me, too, is, like, she's doing so much promo, but I actually think that her team is kind of falling apart at the seams. Like, there is such little quality control that they're putting up the countdown on the website, then they're like, oh wait, no, we don't want to announce it that quickly. Take the countdown down, then start doing this denial campaign, then confirm it or start hinting more toward it the next day. Like, what are you doing at this point? What is the plan? But so the song came out. It's with Jack Antonoff, and that was kind of exciting. I was like, okay, good. Let's go back to Jack, because people complain so much about her continuously working with Jack Antonoff, but the one moment in these last few years where she stopped working with him, it didn't turn out very well. So I was like, okay, yeah, let's bring Jack back into the picture. And I have to say, I've listened to the song. It's fine. It's okay. I don't remember what it sounds like, though. I've heard it at least 3 times. I don't remember what it sounds like. I couldn't sing the melody right now if I wanted. It's just kind of forgettable. But it got all this hype. And she also did this thing that she does with everything, where there was collector's edition. So there was 3 different collector's CDs with unique vocals and production that was only available for pre-order for 48 hours. Like, girl, stop. Stop. And I tweeted about this and I got so many fucking Swifties in my replies. Just completely, willfully missing the point of, like, this is getting weird. First of all, there are people like, oh, you've never heard of soundtracks before? Someone went to my profile, saw that I was born in 1996, and they're like, oh, born in 1996, so you were around for Camp Rock and High School Musical and blah, 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 and you don't understand movie soundtracks. It's like, High School Musical didn't do 3 different versions of the soundtrack that was only available for 48 hours for pre-order before I had even heard the fucking songs. That is not comparable. And I think you know it. I think you actually know it, and you're willfully pretending that you don't, so that you can act like she's doing the same shit that every other movie has ever done. Fucking ridiculous. And then I also saw people being like, everyone's complaining about when Taylor does it, but when K-pop Demon Hunter did a similar thing, no one said anything. I was like, do I know what K-pop Demon Hunter is doing to promote their movie? No, I'm 30. I didn't realize I was supposed to be paying attention to the marketing tactics of K-pop Demon Hunter on Netflix just to be able to criticize Taylor Swift about something. What are you talking about? And then there was this whole thing about, like, everyone just wants her to be smaller. They want women to shrink themselves. It's like, this is not about shrinking herself. This is about her taking more and more money and using these manipulative tactics to take money from her fans. And this, to me, is kind of crossing a line a little bit, because it's like, at least when it's her own, and I think it's probably still her own fans that are going to buy this shit, but, like, at least when it's her own work and it's like her albums, then it's like, okay, it's a collector's edition for Taylor Swift. You know, if you're a huge Swiftie, then okay, you'll buy the collector's edition. But also at a certain point, and I was kind of defensive of all the different, like, variants and stuff for a while, because I was like, it is a collector's edition, and some people really do just love collecting like different versions of albums and different things related to their favorite pop stars, but it gets to a point where it's like she's releasing so many variants that the collector's editions are losing value because there's just so many of them. It's not special anymore. It's supposed to feel kind of special of like, oh, there's one limited edition variant, or, you know, like one or two, up to 3. You can have 3. I'll give you 3. But it was like 18. It was something so ridiculous. And it was less than a lot of people were saying that it was. People were saying that it was up to 30, and I disagree with that. Because a lot of those were just like packages, which still is kind of manipulative marketing, but I think it is still different from a variant. It's like, what sweater did you want your album to come with? It's like, I don't care. But like the variants, it's a little too much. And at this point, it's like you're doing it for a kid's movie. A kid's movie? And maybe it's not the kids that are going to buy this. Maybe this is just still Swifties in their mid-30s or whatever the fuck. But it still just feels like it's crossing a weird line of like, even for a property that is specifically directed toward children, you still have to use these manipulative tactics. You can't just release a song onto a soundtrack just like a normal fucking person. You have to sell different versions, and you have to have them only available for 48 hours to provoke this like immediate like FOMO thing where people are like, oh my god, I have to buy it now or else I'm never gonna get it. Like, this is too much. And at a certain point, if you're saying that I'm asking her to shrink herself, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to ask her to shrink herself. Because here's the thing. She is now valued over $2 billion. I would ask anyone to shrink themselves. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's a woman. I'm not trying to keep a woman down. But I think a billionaire at some point needs to stop being so fucking greedy and stop trying to find new ways to take their audience's money. This is out of hand. You have enough, Taylor. You have more than enough. You have more than most people could ever even dream of. You have almost essentially an unlimited amount of money. You don't need to get more. Especially because what is it helping? You're doing all these like countdowns and this promo for work that's not even really worth it, you know? You'd think you would save the like collector's editions and stuff for the stuff that people actually like want to hear, but was anyone that excited about the Toy Story 5 song? I haven't seen anyone talk about it since it came out. I genuinely don't even think it's about the money. I think she's afraid if she doesn't do this, people will forget / replace her. My theory at this point, I do think it is about the money, but I'm not sure that it's her, to be honest. I think it's her team, and I think it's her dad. I've been diving into that a little bit more recently because I had never read that email that came out years and years ago that her dad had sent like when he was at like the beginning of her career, and I read it and I was like, oh. And I've always kind of thought this. I think most pop stars, for various reasons, have parental issues, have like just issues with their parents. And for most people, it's issues with their dads. Most pop stars have daddy issues. Lana Del Rey has mommy issues. She's like a rare kind of exception. But for the most part, most pop stars have daddy issues. And I think that the trouble often comes when they can't acknowledge it. And I think that was a big issue with Gaga, with Joanne, that she had daddy issues that she was trying to solve by just like becoming the person that she thought her dad wanted her to be. And that was a mistake. And I think Taylor at this point is very much in denial of her own daddy issues because he's managed her essentially her entire career. I think that she just kind of does what he wants her to do. And I think that's behind a lot of some of her most recent strange decisions. When Taylor Swift finally comes to terms with the fact that her dad kind of fucking sucks, maybe she'll start putting out good music again. But the thing is like, yeah, her mom too, a little, not gonna lie. A little bit, yeah. Her mom less so. I think it's like a Lynn Spears kind of thing, where it's like the biggest problem with her mom, there were other problems with her mom, like some just family issues in general, which I do think kind of came out a little bit in that, the Disney docuseries. But I think a bigger problem is just like the fact that her mom kind of goes along with what her dad wants. Ultimately, all of them, everyone around her kind of follows what Scott wants. And I'm kind of hoping in a way, because I think part of the reason that she's so, I don't want to say like male-centered with Travis, but like kinda, like the reason that she's made Travis such a center point of her career recently, I think that she has a kind of traditional idea of like, marriage is the thing that will free me from my parents, you know? Because that is kind of how marriage was like supposed to work back in the day, is like you get married and then finally you're the property of your husband instead of the property of your parents. And I think that is somewhat, she thinks that she needs to get married in order to get to the next stage of her life where she can actually be a little bit more of it like an independent adult. I think that's my theory. I don't know her. But that is my theory, that she thinks that getting married to Travis will be her way of becoming an actual adult and will kind of get her out from under the thumb of her parents. And I'm sort of almost hoping that she's right. I'm like, I kind of hope that by being in a relationship and being married to Travis, that maybe she will start to just think of herself as a person who doesn't need her dad to like guide her career anymore. I don't know. I'm hoping that there's a way out of this. But I don't know. Or she is herself just that greedy. But I don't know. I don't know. Yet she picked a man who will probably align with her parents' values. Yeah, I mean, her mom definitely, it sounds like her mom is really like the driving force but behind the relationship of like her mom essentially picked Travis out for her. So there's that. But I also do think that like, I don't know, I think it'll just be easier for her to think of herself as an adult if she's married, which is fucked up. And I wish that wasn't the case, but I think that just like, I think it's like a mental block for her that she's not going to be a true adult until she's a wife. I don't know, man. But that's where we get to the real story that is referenced in the title of this stream and the thumbnail. Taylor Swift's wedding venue is supposedly been released. According to TMZ, Taylor and Travis are getting married at Madison Square Garden on July 3rd. Now, I do think there's a high likelihood that this is a decoy, that they put out this rumor on purpose to get people off their tail so that they can get married somewhere else in privacy. That's my hope, kind of, that this is not real, that she is not actually getting married at Madison Square Garden. But I'm not sure. Because the thing is that Madison Square Garden doesn't have anything scheduled for that week. That entire week is like blocked off from, I think, June 28th or something up until like a few days after the wedding. They have nothing scheduled. And I don't know, maybe that's common. I don't live in New York, so I don't know how like back to back they schedule their events. Maybe they do have like full weeks and a half where they have nothing scheduled. But it does seem a little weird, especially when everyone's like on tour right now, and Harry is going to have his residency at Madison Square Garden soon. It feels a little odd that there would just be that entire week that was blocked off, or that just happened to have no events scheduled. It's maybe possible that this is a decoy, and it's a decoy to such an extent. I mean, she has $2 billion, a net worth of $2 billion. I understand it's not liquid, which the Swifties are now getting into that shit. They're like, she doesn't actually have $2 billion in her bank account. It's like, okay, we understand how net worth works. It's still an amount of power and an amount of access to money that is insane and indefensible. But she has enough money that, like, could she put down the money just to have Madison Square Garden not book anyone for that week to, like, make a more convincing decoy? I don't know. I mean, she theoretically could. Would she do that? I don't know. But if she gets married at Madison Square Garden, my official position is that she will have lost her mind. 'Cause that's crazy. To want to get married in the middle of Manhattan at a venue you've performed at, like, it's a commitment to a life in show business that I'm not really sure is healthy when you're the most famous woman in the world. Like, you would just kind of think that she would want a venue that was more like, just like personal and not connected to her career at all, and also not in the middle of Manhattan. I don't know. I think she has just kind of fucking lost it. I think she doesn't really know how to have a private life at this point, so she's like, I might as well just have my wedding at Madison Square Garden. And I don't think, I've seen people being like, oh, they're gonna sell tickets. They're not gonna sell tickets. That's crazy. But I think the idea of, like, if this is real, if she's going through with this, I think that part of the appeal is just the idea of the spectacle of it, of the fact that, like, there will be people around the venue excited to maybe see her. I don't know, and I don't know, maybe they'll block it all off like they did for fucking Trump. Maybe we'll be doing this same stream again where we're looking at these big blockades and these big gates that they're putting outside of Madison Square Garden, not for Donald Trump, but for Taylor fucking Swift. I mean, she's about as famous. Sure, she's not the president, so there's like a less of a national security risk, but she might as well be the fucking president. Where does the backrooms part come in? Nowhere, really. I just thought it was funny, the idea of her doing it in the backrooms. And I also did, because there is a theory that she's doing it, because Madison Square Garden has multiple dimensions. Or not dimensions, but like multiple kind of layers. Like there's the main arena, which is huge, by the way. I mean, it's not huge for an arena, but for a fucking wedding? It's ginormous. And they said that more than 1,000 people to witness. Like, Madison Square Garden seats a hell of a lot more than 1,000 people. But there are some other, like, lower level theaters. At least one lower level theater in Madison Square Garden. And then there's, like, an underground parking thing or something that does look kind of like liminal, where I'm like, you're gonna make your fucking guests walk through that? It does look a little backroomsy. But it's like, it's just such an inappropriate and weird venue for a wedding. Yeah, oh man, I would have loved that way more than Madison Square Garden. Me too. Maybe she is getting married in the back rooms. That'd be cooler. This is just weird. just very, very odd decisions. And just more indications that she's kind of addicted to her own fame at this point. And it's like another weird thing too. You know, obviously the biggest thing is, why is she not copyright claiming, or why is she not speaking out against the Trump administration using her work when she's been so litigious with her copyright before? That's obviously like issue number one. But then issue number two is like, why was she so okay with all of those brands using her wedding to sell shit? Like, so many places were just blatantly like referencing her to sell products to a degree where it's like, I feel like if you weren't okay with this, if you didn't want your wedding commodified this way, you would be sending 50, 100, 200 cease and desists to all these different companies, but you're not doing it. Why? You like it? You like that your wedding has become a product to people? People bought me shit. They bought me Taylor Swift themed wedding merch. Does she like that? I personally do want a spectacle of my own personal entertainment, so this one I'll support whatever crazy thing she wants to do. I mean, yeah, for my own entertainment, it'll be funny, but like I'm still kind of worried about her. And I even think this would be a funny thing to do, and kind of like a cunty move in a way, if she weren't the most famous woman in the world, you know? That's where it just gets kind of concerning of like, at what point do you start to like not want to feed into this, you know? I don't know, there's something just deeply unwell about it, about her not having a proper way to divide her personal and her private life. But then I'm seeing that there's two different Swiftie defenses here. One is, there's no way this wedding is happening at Madison Square Garden, and you're all crazy if you think that. And that, I'm like, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I just think it would be so insane that I do kind of think maybe it's not real, but also it could be real. So if you're putting all your eggs in that basket, it just seems a little risky. But then the other way is to defend it by being like, well, actually, this makes perfect sense. Swifties say Tay would never do MSG for her wedding, but TMZ put in the article that she wants it because you can't take photos through windows, and there's underground parking so they don't have to worry about paparazzi. Sometimes you gotta sacrifice a cute venue for privacy. We're gonna act like the perfect way for Taylor Swift to get privacy is to have a wedding in the middle of Manhattan. I think that there were a lot of other options. There are a lot of other places that you can have a wedding where paparazzi can't take photos of you. And this is a way where it's like, they're gonna take photos of the, like, cars coming in at least. People are gonna be camped out all the way down the fucking block looking for the cars. Even if you're parking underground, people are gonna be on the lookout for who they might see in the window of the vehicle itself. And, like, also, it's like the symbolism of the whole thing is so weird. Like, you want to have your wedding at the venue that they hold the Westminster Dog Show? You want to have your wedding on Madison Avenue? The heart of America's advertising industry? Are you just a product to be advertised? Can't we get you like a private island? Maybe your own backyard. That's always an option. Your friends' backyards. Okay, it's west of Madison Avenue by a few blocks. Well, that's nice. There's that, I guess. It's still in the middle of fucking Manhattan. For what purpose? What about a yacht? I'm not a big fan of yachts in general. Not much desire to be on a boat, but if you're worried about the paparazzi, you could go in the middle of the ocean. Do it there. Do it on your private jet. Who fucking cares? This is so weird. And what else is weird too? According to TMZ, Benson Boone is invited? I didn't even know they knew each other. But good for him, I guess. What if Benson got invited and not Somber? That would actually be really funny. What if they do their first dance to Mystical Magical? I don't know. Good luck to them. I hope she regains some sanity soon. Anyway. Let's do our honorary pop girlies. Get the fuck out of here. Alright, well, our first one is Baby Yoda again. I could take him off. He's too cute. This is the last one. This is the last one Baby Yoda will be in, unless he does something really cool, which maybe he will. But I love him. He's just so fucking cute. And the thing is, I know he's a puppet. I know he's a puppet. But I don't feel like he's a puppet. Even when I see, they've got this like behind the scenes stuff where you can see the like puppet masters, and I'm like, I see them behind him, moving him, and I still am like, they're just helping him. They're helping him walk, but he's real. Look at him. How could that not be real? Oh, he's so fucking cute. Oh. What a fucking cutie. He's real. He's real to me. This is why we need puppets. We need puppets in everything. I'm watching... Me and my friend are like slowly getting through Angel, the TV show, the Buffy spinoff, because she's never watched it. And we're in the final season, and I'm so fucking excited for the episode where Angel becomes a puppet. Oh, incredible. You know, Buffy, I think, is definitely the better show overall, but does Buffy have an episode where she turns into a puppet? No. So Angel does have that. It has that. We need more puppets and things. Alright, and then... is the realtor from SpongeBob. She's really taken over the internet, and deservedly so. So I've put up some images of her, especially while we were watching Euphoria, because if you don't know, the realtor from SpongeBob, they played in her face, and she did not expect it. So, like, years ago, I remember this tweet originally. I feel like it was years ago, at least. Maybe it was more recent than that. But it's the realtor from SpongeBob. She shows up at Squidward's house. Squidward is selling his house. She's there to sell the house. She's a realtor. But it's opposite day, or it's not actually opposite day. Squidward told SpongeBob and Patrick that it was opposite day in the hopes that that would make them act like better neighbors, which would help him sell his house. It did not. It led to a whole bunch of hijinks. And anyway, this woman showed up to sell a house, just there to do her job, thought she was going to have a normal day, and they did play in her face. And it is, the first tweet that I saw was like, it's genuinely sad that, like, this woman thought she was going to sell a house that day. And then she just turned up and had to deal with a whole bunch of bullshit. But they've gone back, and apparently this fucking fish has been in SpongeBob a lot. Like, I mean, they have these, like, stock characters that they repeat over and over again, but, like, she's been a realtor the entire time. So if you look, there's this old photo of SpongeBob buying his house, and there she is in the background. She sold SpongeBob's house. And she was so happy to sold a house. Aww. She was happy. There's other things of her selling houses, and then someone wrote, I've always admired her being the most well-known real estate agent in Bikini Bottom, but still wearing her name tag. Truly a humble and hardworking woman, relying on her work ethic and not recognizability. Yeah. Yeah. People are finding old clips of her.
Enjoy your new home. Bye-bye.
Look, she's been played before. She's like, I'm not dealing with this again. I just sold a house. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And there's been a moment before with this woman who is not SpongeBob, but looks like SpongeBob, but is a woman of her own making. There's a lot of lore with her, and this person is right. The women of Bikini Bottom live lives of suffering, and we just laugh at them. They do. They suffer. She did move to the back rooms, as you can see. There she is, in the back rooms. She's also kind of being slandered a little. This person says, have we considered the possibility that she isn't usually good at her job? She was only pretending to be a good realtor for opposite day? No, because it wasn't actually opposite day. Squidward made that up. She wasn't lied to by Squidward. Only SpongeBob and Patrick were. Or actually, I think only maybe SpongeBob. No, I think it was both of them. So no, she is a good realtor. Shut your fucking mouth. And then our other. We have two more, actually. But here's the next one. It's Kane Parsons, the director of Backrooms. He's 20 years old, which everyone is bringing up to the point that it's become a meme now, but it is kind of infuriating. He directed this movie at 20. I think he was probably younger than that when he was making the movie. He was probably like fucking 19 years old. And he got this film, Backrooms, because he had been directing these shorts and stuff, these like different film project things on to his YouTube channel where he's been uploading Backrooms content for a while, since he was like 15 or 16. And it is just kind of infuriating. How the fuck is he so good so young? Especially with something like Backrooms too, where it's like it relies so much on like a nostalgia. I mean, a nostalgia for liminal spaces, which I think a lot of people have regardless of age, but very specifically this like aesthetic of like 80s and 90s media that he has a very good grasp on for someone who absolutely did not. Well, maybe he grew up with it in a way, like maybe he had, because I grew up in the 90s, I didn't grow up in the 80s, but like we had some 80s movies on VHS, so I guess in a way that was a part of my childhood, and maybe it's the same for him, but it's like, what the fuck though? He's 20 years old. He has this good of a grasp on like 90s, 80s media. It's just weird. And he's also like kind of smart too. I mean, you would have to be smart to do this, but like I was sort of hoping that he would at least just be like a good director, something like he would have good aesthetic sensibilities, and that if you heard him talk, he would just still be kind of stupid. But no, he actually is like really articulate and smart. So like, good for him, I guess. But here he is talking about AI.
AI. That's
absolutely not.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Tell
us why. I mean, for me, the whole point of doing what I'm doing, like art is a way of processing life. That's inherently what it's supposed to be for most people. I don't see the value in like outsourcing any element of that. And when I'm looking at someone else's project, if I see an element of the environment has been like, you know, they use generative fill or whatever to change something about the scene, even if it just shuts off the part of my brain that wants to know more about that world and wants to look for details, because I would assume if they're willing to make an arbitrary choice there, they could make an arbitrary choice with literally anything.
You do not want to embrace AI.
He's right. Ugh, Kane Parsons, you are the future. And it's very impressive, because I do think that this movie it's already doing very well. It's, I think, #1 at the box office. It's doing very well, and it's, I think, the kind of movie that like is going to be very, very influential, and maybe even will like inspire kind of a subgenre of like horror or science fiction, similar to like, you know, how slasher is a subgenre of horror. I think Backrooms type things already, it's not like he invented it, but I think this movie will probably be the like true marker of it becoming its own kind of thing that's entered the film industry. So yeah, 20 years old, probably made one of the most impactful horror films of the coming years. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe it'll fizzle out and maybe no one will care going forward, but I don't think so. So good for you, Kane. Actually, we have 2 more still. I thought we only had 1 more, but no, we have 2 more now that I'm thinking about it. So here's our next one. Anthony Head, or Anthony Heed, I think it's Head, but Giles from Buffy is what I primarily know him for. But a lot of people know him for a lot of different things. He's been in a lot of stuff. Even recently, he died at 71 or 72 of pneumonia just a few days ago, which really, I don't want to make this all about Buffy, but it really is the 3rd person we've lost from Buffy in the last like 2 years, and it fucking sucks. And it's very sad, especially for, you know, the other cast members who have to deal with this loss to their own family, and he is an iconic actor, and yeah. This is sad. This is really sad. Yeah. Rest in peace, Anthony. And our final honorary pop girly, and I'm very excited about this one. Maybe the most excited I've ever been. It's Denims. I generally try to keep discussions of internet drama and stuff to the members channel, and if you have been watching the members streams, the situation with Denims and another YouTuber who goes by the name Ethan Klein, we've covered it. We've covered it a bit, and yeah, I'm not going to say too much here because I'm not going to get into all of that shit, but fucking thank God. There was a tentative ruling. It's not official yet, it's still tentative, but there was a tentative ruling in Denim's favor against Ethan, and that is just so exciting to see, because we've been seeing Ethan get away with harassing other creators, particularly women, But other people as well. We've been seeing him get away with this harassment for a while. And it is really nice to see some amount of reason brought into the situation by this judge, because the lawsuit was absolutely fucking bullshit. And anyone with a brain can see that. And anyone with a brain can see, even if you don't like denims, even if you like Ethan Klein for some fucking reason, if this had gone forward, this would have been, and not just gone forward to trial, but like if Ethan had won, which I never thought he was going to because his case was so weak in the first place, and even just the way the lawsuit was written by his lawyers, it was just absurd. It had more to do with Hassan than it did with actual copyright infringement. But if Ethan somehow managed to win this case, this would have been disastrous to the entirety of the online ecosystem when it comes to reaction content and just commentary in general. We really could not take this loss for Denims, and thankfully she is not going to lose. Because she's a fucking winner. And I'm so happy that she decided to continue to fight this, because other people, Casey Tron was also sued, she settled, and I think that it is completely understandable that Casey decided to do that because of how vicious this harassment against her was, and the threat to her income and to her family at that point that she supports. Makes complete sense, but like, someone needed to fight back against this motherfucker. So, congratulations to Denims. Great job. And anyway, I'll see you guys next week. I don't think there's anything. Oh, I know Pink Panthers is going to be on Hot Ones Thursday, but other than that, I don't know of anything big that's happening in the pop girly world. So I guess we'll just have to see what comes up. Anyway, goodbye.